What's up, people? Let's try again, this time for real. Okay, well, not for real. We were putting in the effort earlier. I just, dinner time rolled up, and I forgot how late it was, and... Come on, man. Dinner time rolled up, forgot how late it was, and had to eat. On the plus side, I did get the GameCube controller adapter working on the Switch too. It just had a firmware update, so that works now. I will say, I still think I want the wireless GameCube controller. I'm not sure if it's better than using a third-party adapter and first-party controller, but the convenience of it would be nice. Plus, having the modern buttons like the home button and the screen button, or is that what the C button does? I forget what they said the C button is for on this, but I guess we'll find out when we play a little bit of Welcome Tour, potentially. Yeah, it'd be nice just to have all the other stuff, plus wireless. Now, getting multiple of them? Probably not. I think you're limited to one per account, actually, if I remember right. Yeah, really don't have a whole lot of need for preamble on this stream, so let's just get started. I think I just heard like a wake-up sound come from it, even though it's in the dock. That's interesting. Software download complete. Thought I heard static here. Nope, we are good. Where the fuck is my bot? Why does it keep disconnecting? I don't know if I just need to relog streamer bot or... Let me try that. Yeah, while it was on our dinner break, I took a few minutes to mess around with it in portable. Oh, I forgot I was gonna do YouTube too on the stream. Whatever. We'll do it next time. We'll do it. I'll be streaming a bunch tomorrow probably. So, yeah, I messed with it on portable mode, and that screen is something else. Like if you told me that was OLED and I didn't know any better, I wouldn't say you were wrong. It looks excellent. It looks like an OLED screen, especially if you hold it up to the original Switch. It shits all over it. It's not even funny, man. I will actually remember to change the game title this time. I was trying to figure out the best way to automate this part, but unless I'm playing the same game a whole bunch, it's a little bit trickier to do that. I mean, probably not impossible, but just too much work for me to worry about. So we're going to do a welcome tour. We'll do that first, and then we'll come back, or we'll switch to Mario Kart. We'll be here for a while, so. All right. Damn. This is not Bloodborne 2, this is Elden Ring 2. Welcome to the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Holy shit, you got so many options. Is there an end to the line? I don't think so. Yo, here I am. Wait, he's not wearing shorts. Okay, remember this spot in line, guys. We're right between the console and the Nintendo Switch logo. This is closer, but he doesn't have a beard. False appearance. How's it going, Rocker? Welcome in, man. Maybe he won't be there if I go back, but like... Can we just keep scrolling until we see a bearded red-haired guy in shorts? That's closer. I would never wear yellow shorts. I would never wear a yellow shirt. I guess bearded guys with glasses in wearing shorts that aren't garish don't exist. I'm committed to the bit. Should just gone with the first one that I saw. I'll say, for some reason, trying to watch the scrolling is making me feel a little dizzy. I don't know why. I guess ultimately it doesn't really matter. Does anything in life ever matter? If you get down to brass tacks. And we can't back out of here either. We are locked into making a choice. There's me without a beard. It somehow got me motion sick. It's making me a little motion sick too. I'll go a little slower. Took away it. I'm sorry, I'm in too deep. I can't stop. Looking at just the left side has helped. Yo, but the payoff is worth it. And me. Kind of sunglasses, but not glasses. That is like maybe not balding either, but. The bucket hat also looked the same. Entry will begin soon, so please proceed to the gate. Bro doesn't wear sunglasses. I totally wear sunglasses anytime I go outside and if it's not completely dark. Welcome, welcome, come on in. Hello and welcome. What do you think of the venue? Is this the biggest Nintendo Switch 2 you've ever seen or what? I don't know. Have you seen the one that we have in person in our hands? Or we had in our hands earlier? It's huge. Go ahead and walk all over it. There are all sorts of things to do around here. You can gain some insight into what makes Nintendo Switch 2 tick, take some quizzes about the system, experience tech demos that show off the system's features, and of course play minigames. What was the last thing? Oh, the stamp rally. Stamps are hidden all over the place, so happy hunting. By the way, want to move around more quickly? Press and hold B to run. The exhibition is really big, so it might save you some time. I have played a video game before, but thank you, information lady. This is Final Boss, and this is a big staple. Oh, we got jokes, huh? Oh, wait, Nat. Invert the camera controls. What am I, a sicko? What do you do? Lost and found us? I have a feeling that somewhere out there a lost item longs for its home. If you happen to find it, please bring it to me. Okay. Were you startled by that stamp popping up? Don't worry, it's harmless. Have fun with the stamp rally. Hunting down the hidden stamps is sure to be a blast. Oh. Sorry, you can't go through here yet. Come back after you've had a good look around Area E. Wait, is this a button I'm sitting on? Looks like you can learn some stuff about Nintendo Switch 2 here. I'm gonna read up on this, you two can go ahead with that, man. Oh. I bet you there's one hidden under this. Maybe not. Can't believe it, we're finally here. This place is massive. Well, would you look at that? You can tilt right, stick left and right to get a better view. Yep. Want to play this minigame? Go ahead and talk to the staff member. You know what? Let's do a minigame. How was dinner and stuff? It was good. Well, it was alright. It's, was barely serviceable chicken fried rice, but it filled me up, so. How are you doing, Claire? Ready to show off your mouse skills? Mouse controls allow you to move your character more quickly and accurately than control sticks. In this minigame, there will be lots of spike balls falling from the sky, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. You need to use your mouse skills to dodge gracefully and weave tactically around them. It can be pretty tricky, so stay focused. Sure. I guess I'll need them. How's the mouse? I think you can do it without, yeah, you just put it on a surface, like, see? But it also comes with, this thing. Also has the strap. Green screen's hiding it a little bit. But it's a glider. So you slot that in. This one's a little finicky, more so than trying to slot it in on the console. Yeah, now it'll glide around and not, glides around better. Actually, I can just use my mouse pad, holy shit. This is a game changer. I'll get it stuck on the wrong Joy-Con. I don't know if you can do that, actually. You good? Glad to hear that. Oh, this feels a little weird. The responsiveness is about as good as a actual real-ass mouse. A big ball. Ah, dang. Couldn't even get 30 seconds, huh? Something about everything in this game is making you motion sick, really? I don't know if the console is set to a higher frame rate, and I know that this monitor I'm playing it on is not higher than 60, and of course I can't stream it more than 60. I don't know if that has any bearing on it. We barely did worse than what we got before. Are you watching on your phone or on your TV? I don't think I can get 30 seconds, man. It's cool, though. Are those all the minigames in the area? That was some nice dodging. We got some slick mouse skills. Part 2 is available. Oh no. Movement and the tiny background felt the same with the overworld. That's maybe fair. Do not want to play again. I'll do the other one though. Collecting clear medals, huh? Oh hey, looks like you just got your first medal. I've already got 5. Yep, I'm pretty good at this stuff. Do we have a rival in this? I wonder if there's any display settings I can change. That's good. I mean, I also have not been in here, and I just wanted to see it too. Changes TVs to low latency mode when supported. I hadn't looked at all the other settings yet, so I swear to God, if they don't have this menu chock full of options, like the 3DS had all those themes, I'm gonna throw a riot. I don't care how good the rest of it is. It's nothing if we don't get a shit ton of themes to load up here. Should you buy this game too? Did you get a Switch? Did you find one? I thought you weren't getting it. Focus on so much going on around it. Yeah, I don't think all the minigames would be like that. Yeah, unlock this minigame until you collected 2 clear medals. What the fuck? Okay, well, what's this minigame? That's what HD Rumble 2 is. It's so much easier to understand when you go hands-on. Where the fuck do I go hands-on? Oh, right. This minigame will showcase some of what the HD Rumble 2 feature can do. You're likely aware that HD Rumble 2 can produce very strong vibrations. This minigame will allow you to experience those things firsthand. Move the mouse from side to side and the vibration will change in strength. Try to find where the vibration is strongest. Yeah. I do like this, like the presentation for this, though. Imagine something popping up but you can't even access it. It does feel a little awkward just because of how thin this is to use, but the responsiveness is good. Yo! Fucking ace, dude. First try. It should have been free. Okay, let's not start with that. Let's get a little ways into it before we start throwing that around, man. I don't care that Astrobot was free. We're gonna see if it's good or not. I trust the process. At least it's $10 and not fucking 30 or 60 or whatever, right? It's just a guide or an actual game? It is a game. Boo this man! Boo! Boo this bitch. I wish I could hear that when it comes up. I don't know why I can't hear it. You guys could hear that, right? Simply exceptional. Steams are able to gauge the, it's 10... I'm gonna start banning people. I'm gonna ban everybody. Yeah, it's $10. Seems like you're able to gauge the strength of the rumble quite well. Yeah.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
I really hate that I have those rewards there right now. Part 2 is now open to the public, but I need 7 clear medals. Okay, I forgot to change the name of that.
It's now set for 3 minutes. I got some feedback from someone that it was a little bit too long, and I agree. So they're now 3 minutes. I just forgot to change the name, so please don't sue me for false advertising. I don't want to try to change it in the middle of the stream. I had my first go on one of those mouse controls games today. Believe you me, I was sliding around like nobody's business. I was a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't done any streams with them, so I wasn't sure what would be good. Got a refund now. That's okay. He got, this is, well, I have to refund him for a boo from earlier, because he did it at the, on the ending screen. And he didn't see it. Which would be kind of rude. It's supposed to be a solemn, pondering, like, wistful kind of moment. They drop the price on this entirely? I don't think they will. It's a Nintendo game, dog. They don't drop prices. I'm just imagining what I saw like on stream, and it's gotta be like funny as hell. That's the whole reason I did it. Wanted to see Alex boo walking Alex. Oh. I mean, it wouldn't be wrong to be walking Alex. Am I doing? You wanna try another UFO thing? We do have 2 clear medals. Someone's been busy. Catch the stars. Sound funny as hell. You stop laughing my ass off. It is $9.99. An additional objective collecting stars, yes. I'm not even gonna put the strap on this time. 1098. Oh, I'm talking about dropping the price. Maybe if I actually have something supporting my arm, it'll feel better. We're hardcore gaming, bro. Actually, no, I think it is better with this on. It's... I'm not gonna... Well, you do kind of have to put the strap on your wrist, otherwise it's just dragging around. You don't need safety, but you do need the little, like, guide thing to make it easier to move around. I'm collecting all the stars. Star power, baby. When the star got destroyed, it sounded like the Kirby spit out star sound. Like it killed me, but like I said, I really wanted to try and put more fun things in the stream. I got kind of tired of this me being around my legs and
Streaming on playing a video game and Let's Playing, even though I'm kind of Let's Playing right now, let's be honest. Yeah, see, that probably felt a little bit better, right? Doesn't wear out as welcome until someone else redeems it. I want to get both clear medals for at least one of these UFO things. But this gets tough pretty quickly. 40! Oh, I gotta try again. Oh no, he's back? Bro, what the fuck? Safety is for kids and parents that don't. I think it's out of the house with that bubble wrap around. Oh, man. Rocker, aren't you in like my age group? You're not boomer enough to be saying stuff like that, man. Safety is good. Safety is important. That being said, I'm more worried about my elbow and wrist trying to hold this in a way that is comfortable. Where are my stars, bro? Oh, there we go. We'll get me faster. Okay, I was going cross-eyed for a second there. I just turned 36 last month. Too old now where my reflexes are gone. Dude, I beat Doom Dark Ages on Nightmare with a reduced parry window for a significant portion of the campaign. And I beat Doom Eternal on Ultraviolence. And at least one of the master levels on Nightmare. Maybe two? No, one. GG, thank you. We got both medals. We can leave for free. Hey, Sapphire, welcome in. I might... Oh, no, I don't... Like, I'm looking at this. I don't think you can take that out. It looks like it's kind of pretty well in there. I'd want one of these without the strap. That's what I'm saying. Picked up a whole bunch of stars. Damn right I did. Such elegant mass handling, yep. Oh, just for the mouse? Oh, no, I mean, it's got, like, the strap, too. And I guess if you're playing... Oh, hold on. Say if you're using this as a controller. If you're on the go. Yeah, it gives you, like, a little bit more, like, support for your fingies. Like, in general, I could see this being a lot more tolerable than the original Joy-Con for some on-the-go gaming. They have a mouse grip that has a wider base than Nintendo, or like third party? Part 3? 31 clear medals! What the fuck? Racked up 10. This kid is literally Gary. I want to punt him off of this Joy-Con. Did you know you can press and hold B to run around? Yerp. Here's another stamp, by the way. Oh, it's lost and found. Should you find any lost items as you make your way through the welcome tour, please be a help and bring them to the info center. Not Nintendo, okay. Bit off the dock maybe 3 to 5 entire times. I played a good bit like portable, but I've not really done much for like I'm gonna set it down and use like a single Joy-Con, you know. That I'm not as big. Welcome, thanks for visiting Lost and Found Desk. Thanks for turning us in. I have a feeling that somewhere out there a lost item longs for its home. Well, I brought you something. What, do I not get something in return? Can I talk to this guy? Switch to insights, I've got to be hiding around. Oh, there's another stamp. That was so much fun. I don't think we see something like that. Sorry, you can't go through here yet. Is this the last one? Is that a button? No, it's not a button on here. Portable bed and switch. If you're in your living room, about to switch out to the living room. Things get difficult, you go in what called Jesus Christ mode and play that way. Jesus Christ mode? What does that mean? Does that mean, like... Hold on. 2 Joy-Cons, you just go like this and, like, just be lazy and, like... Oh yeah, I'm totally beating Calamity Ganon now. That is so funny. That is one nice thing about the Joy-Con. Let me know when you don't test the camera stuff. Yeah, we could probably just do that when we start up Mario Kart. I don't know how much of this I'm gonna play. Oh, I'm enjoying it so far. It's fun. Very like Mario Paint minigame kind of vibes. So there was one for the joystick itself, one for the minus button. We got one for the D-pad buttons and one for the capture button. So I think that's everything on the Joy-Con. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not, because there's a little section down here. There's a little section down here, motherfucker. Release button. And lightly press these buttons to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the console. Lightly, hippo. I read an insight that said you can play games that use a mouse in each hand. I wonder what sort of games would use a control scheme like that. There's sensors, or these sensors check the surface they're on, or to work out how they've moved. How they're moved? They've moved. We're getting all the stamps, bro. Magnetic connector. Attaches the Joy-Con to the console. Yep. Sync button. Yep. Wow, I had no idea the buttons were made out of steel. You know what? I didn't either, honestly. Joy-Con drift yet? Oh no. Mouse foot? Oh. When you use mouse controls, the mouse feet make the Joy-Con 2 controllers easier to move around. Without it in the, like in the thing, I mean, you could do it. It's so much better in the little strap thingy. Hey, we have... What am I missing? What else is there? Oh. SL button. I'm missing 6 more? Oh. Upper mouse foot? Yep. Oh, probably the shoulder button, yeah. L and ZL? Is there one for ZL as well? Yeah. So then... Shit, I'm kind of at a loss for what would be after that. Unless there's one for each of these. There's one for each of these. This is tickling my collect everything boner, though. we can get to Area B! Pog! I'm curious, what's our storage looking like? $256 gigs on the system, and I'm already down to 61. I don't even own this anymore. I had the physical copy. Let's go ahead and delete that. Well, no, it's not Sunbreak, because I got that on PC. Yeah, but this is Nintendo Hippo. They're in like 2020 or 2019. Don't think about it too much. Yeah, I mean, I was having a hard time finding them online. Also, I didn't plan on that. It just is literally downloading everything because of the system transfer, but I didn't plan on having everything installed. But yeah. I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of games I'm going to buy to play on here. Mario Kart and then Welcome Tour and stuff that runs better on this. Alright, so we're going to do the quizzes now. I wonder if we get all the medals in this area, if that would unlock Area F. Can learn about Joy-Con 2 controller, mouse, sensor, receiver. You'll discover how they ended up behaving like a mouse, their function beyond typical mice, and more. Joy-Con 2, used as a mouse. It's not easy to play games that are designed to be played with a cursor. More to move than just an arrow. This opens up new ways to play games as compared with Nintendo Switch. Ask the kid, they have like 59 medals. Yeah, he's up to like 200 already. By the way, you might find it easier to hold the Joy-Con like this. Wait. With your thumb on the thingy? They already know that you're gonna have some problems initially. Yeah, that does feel better. It's just kind of weird to think about. Tutorial on how to hold the mouse. Bro, you grab this and hold it and try to use it like a mouse. It's a little finicky at first, but... maybe take the thingy out before we put it back on the controller. Using the mouse on your lap. Mice are typically designed to be used on desks or tables. Joy-Con 2 mouse controls, however, can also be used on other surfaces, such as your legs. The responsiveness may vary, though. It means you don't always have to be near a desk or table surface. You'll be able to use the mouse even while sitting on a sofa. Dude, Jesus, mice! A little tricky. Look at the thinking emoji. The mouse sensor is located on each Joy-Con 2 controller. This one right here. I don't know if I can, I'm assuming that's where I think I see it. The truth is, they're actually black and white cameras with the resolution of just a handful of pixels. That's fewer pictures than the Nintendo Switch IR motion camera. That thing had a camera in it? What? I mean, they could take pictures? It's even fewer than the old Game Boy camera. Dude! I remember Game Boy camera! Old stuff, Pog! I always wanted one, I never got one. So how are these cameras used? I mean, I like stuff like this, them breaking down how it works. Like, if it's gonna get really in-depth, that to me is worth it alone. They check the surface they're on to see the direction and the distance they've moved. This is then translated into mouse movement. Fun fact, they can capture thousands of photos in a single second. This number may vary depending on the speed of movement. This allows the mouse to capture some very precise movement. Dude, that is pretty sick. Maybe next time we do a mouse mini game, I will use it on my shorts. not just a mouse. When you're using the controls, the Joy-Con 2 controller doesn't just act as a mouse. A host of other things it can do. For instance, the gyroscope and mouse can work together to determine which way and by how much you've turned something. This means that you can use the mouse to grab and rotate objects in certain games. Also, the mouse can work together with the HD rumble too. This lets you feel different kinds of rumble as you move the cursor around. And that's not all. The Joy-Con 2 L and R both have built-in mouse sensors, so two people can play together with mouse controls. Or you can control two mice at once, one in each hand. That is one gimmick that's gonna have like 2-3 games tops, if not like just one. And then it's going to be very quickly forgotten about. I'm calling that right now. So you see, there's a lot to mouse controls. There really is. I see you've read everything. Alright, let's test our knowledge, chat. Now that you're all up to speed, here's a quiz for you. We're gonna ace it. It's so easy. In what way can you play games using Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? By using your voice, by touching the screen directly with your finger, by moving a cursor, by and nibbling on cheese? Okay. That's some boomer humor. I'm gonna say by moving a cursor. Joy-Con 2 mouse controls don't just have to be used on desks and tables. Where else can they be used? In mid-air, underwater, on glass windows, on your lap? I mean, you probably could use it on a window. Might be a little, like, weird, but you could. Which numbered area on the Joy-Con 2 controller shown indicates the mouse sensor? I'm gonna go with number 2, Chief. What does the gyroscope allow you to do with the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? You can take fancy photos of the mouse and compete in art competitions. You can rotate what you grab with the mouse. You can battle mice against each other. You can locate nearby sandwich shops. Of course. I mean, were we expecting anything less? Every answer correct, that makes you a mouse sensor sensei. How much more is there left to do, bro? Oh, what's this quiz? Learn about attaching and detaching the Joy-Con 2 controllers here. You'll find out how they attach to the console, that you can actually attach them backwards? The fuck? I'm legitimately interested to hear them, like, do a deep dive, or mini deep dive on this. Attaching is easy. Yeah, fucking log in, Hippo. Are you ready? Do you need your drink or snacks? To detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the Switch 2 console, simply press the release buttons and they'll come off in an instant. Okay. You'll be able to detach them even if the console is in the dock. What's more, you can detach each one with a single hand. This is one of my favorite things about the console because I would sometimes have it out. Like if I'm, you know, chilling in bed or maybe have a little bit of downtime during work, I'll have it nearby and play on it. But then I go to put the original one back in the dock. I could put it in the dock and then try to like just take the Joy-Con out that way. I would normally just take the Joy-Con off first and then slide the thing in by just the tablet itself. But this is really nice. It works great. So much better. To attach to the Joy-Con 2 controllers, simply bring them near the console. They're both easy to both attach and detach. Yep, give me the juicy stuff. Do you know how the Joy-Con 2 controller is attached to the console? Magnets, really. Unlike Nintendo Switch, there is no locking mechanism to prevent the controllers from being detached. The only thing keeping them connected is the force of the magnets. Alright, give me the tidbits. Magnets are, like, legitimately very good. Here's a fun fact about the Joy-Con 2 controllers. Each controller can be attached to the opposite side of the console. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. They can even be attached backwards. Someone is gonna find some indie dev is gonna find some really weird shit to do with that implementation. and I would love to see what that's going to be. However, this orientation is not recommended. Why would you say that, Nintendo? Why would you say that? What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this picture? They won't charge when attached this way. That's fair. I thought we were going to get more like... Oh, here we go. They attach magnetically, yep. Just what are these where are these magnets? Well, they're on the main body of the console. The Joy-Con 2 controllers don't have any magnets that attach to the console. The SL and SR buttons are made of steel. The magnets on the console attract... Oh, that's it. They didn't go in depth as much as I thought it would. Why did they even bring that up? I don't know. Elden Ring Challenge Run's about to go wild. For real, bro. Got all the insights, there should be no problem for you. I can't wait till we get to an actually, like, kind of hard quiz. Which of the following used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the console? The C button, the ZL, ZR buttons, the release buttons, telekinesis, Kyle! I am excited. I don't remember what they said the C button does. No one tell me. I want to hear it from Welcome Tour. Which of the following is used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the Switch 2 console? Glue, magnets, a locking mechanism, love. You gotta treat your Switch 2 right, man. In which ways can the Joy-Con 2 controllers be attached to the Nintendo Switch 2 console? All of the above. What are the magnets to keep the Joy-Con 2 controllers attached to the console? I'm gonna stop saying Joy-Con 2 and Switch 2. I'm just gonna say whatever. It's in the console. I was paying attention. What a legend. You got all the... You absolute legend. Got all the answers right. You really know the ins and outs of the magnetic connectors now, huh? Bro, what is left here? There's so much left on the thing. How are you enjoying the insights quizzes? If you like, I can give you some very special insights. Who are you? Oh, you'd let me share my insights with you? Perfect. You can actually use the mouse controls on the Switch 2 home menu. What? Go to the home menu, place the Joy-Con 2 controller on the surface. Really? Dude, what? Like, I probably would have messed around with that at some point. I just wouldn't think about doing it. I also don't really have a particular need for this, but like... Yeah, that's on my, just on my leg here, dude. That's... Hold that thought. Oh no, that only moves with the joystick. Hold on. Damn it. That sounds really nice, but I guess the games need to have it like, okay. Switch 2 Joy-Cons for PC FPS via Bluetooth? I don't know. Alright. I really thought I was cooking for a second. Like, I knew that it had a cursor, I just didn't... I couldn't remember if it had... I don't know why it would have the option, considering it was on the original Switch first. little silly for that now, to be honest. For my glasses wearers, when do you stop caring about keeping them clean? Is that a thing that happens eventually? I must have OCD or something, because it's a real problem for me. Always keep them clean, okay. Don't clean them unless you can't see. So Hippo and Rock are both like to keep them clean like me. Doc says until I cannot see in front of me. Time to grunk them up. Grub them up, boys. Your grubby little mitts on them. Problem is, I need better, like a better cloth because I think it's clean, and then like, nope. Sorry guys, 1 second. Like, I could maybe try contacts. I'm just so afraid of like doing that shit. You get like a little smudge that won't come out. Makes me want to kill myself. Bro, come on, man. Come on, man. Your contacts guy though? Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Or you can switch between cleaner and anti-fog solution. Within a big cooler and in there long enough, your glasses fog up. There. Alright, good enough for now. So I feel like my eyelashes are like super long because I need to put these in close enough to where they are brushing up against the lenses. Fellas, is it gay to trim your eyelashes? Now, eyelashes, not eyebrows. Do people do that? For real? During Pride Month? During Pride Month asked, are you American? I figured you knew what I said. I just want to make sure that, like, I'm speaking correctly. I'm gonna go to... Wait, what's this? If you've got time. Okay, so this isn't exactly a game per se, but give it a try. In this demo, you'll get to shake the Joy-Con 2 controllers as if they were a pair of maracas. Physics-based calculations are used to make the beads in the maracas behave like real beads. As they shake around inside, the Joy-Con 2 controllers rumble to simulate that effect. Back of the razor with the side up smaller, thin part of the razor gets right up against them. I feel like I would try that, it'd be kind of scary though. See what Rumble is capable of? Sure. Shake the beads 20 times, change appearance, shake a rubber ball 20 times, gently roll the beads. How's that for Prime Month? Sorry. Oh no, don't click that. Gently roll the beads. Oh, that's rubber ball. I don't like the rubber ball. Trim one set of eyelashes. What? Ah, I see what you did there. I don't want to take a pair of tweezers and yoink an eyelash. What if you just rip out your eyelid? I would love to see the HD rumble get utilized more. The DualSense haptics are severely underused, but it has more uses than the HD rumble, I think. Or it was used more. Like, this is some cool shit. Like, you can feel the difference. Like, this really feels like I'm just holding a pair of balls in my hands, you know? What if with this feature you do this with the Tears of the Kingdom when you want to extend your inventory? I don't know, maybe. You shook those rockets like there's no tomorrow. Hopefully they gave you a good taste of the HD Rumble 2 feature. Yeah, it like really, it did. Alright, let's get out of the Joy-Con 2L area. I'm more of a, whatever this next area is called. Sapphire, I think you jumped in earlier and I didn't say hi. Is that true? Is that correct? Yes, you did. I'm sorry. Welcome in. How's it going? Got every last one. Area B up can be a little slippery, so watch your step. Yeah, I'm not a Joy-Con 1 Marty. I'm more of a Area B Nintendo Switch 2 console area Andrew. I said hello? God, whoa! We're in the ice area. Oh, that's cool. Participation is erratic. Oh, no, you're good. Dude. Oh, I fell. That's definitely what would happen if I was skating there, real. On the whole fucking screen, too. Okay, we're safe on the outer edge. Speaking of outer edge, there's Speaker L. Dude, Speaker L is my favorite speaker. The X map is real handy, huh? You can pick any of the exhibits you visited before and zip right to it. The area is pretty big. It might be best to move around using the map. Okay. I wish I could like freely look. Oh, there's one for the dock too. There's a minigame where you need to guess the frame rate. Oh, dude, I'm gonna fucking ace this one, man. This is my time to shine. Absolutely, man. And despite the difference between pairs of videos, the image shown on the screen when you play a game changes rapidly. We call the rate at which it changes the frame rate, which is measured in frames per second, or FPS. Alright, the frame rate, the smoother the game will look, Nintendo Switch 2 can reach up to 120 FPS. Yeah, I can. Maybe not on this screen, because this screen only does 60. Please switch to tabletop mode or handheld mode, or connect to, well... I guess I can't play this part on stream then. Oh no! I want to do this one on stream, but this monitor is old. The only reason I'm not playing on my main monitor, which does have a higher frame rate, is it doesn't have a headphone jack. And I don't know how to properly set up my OBS audio to get, like, non-delayed audio to wireless headphones. So I'm on my old 1080p. Like, this monitor's 2015, dude. I've had it for forever. I should probably get something different. My sixth sense, it speaks to me. It's saying there's a hidden stamp near here. Probably like right here, bro. Probably like over here, bro. Is it down? It might be below us. I need 2 FPS. I need a couple more, personally. They have fireworks? I need to see this. That's such a pretty fireworks display. I'm so down with HDR compatibility. Oh, do I need an HDR? Yeah. I'm not reading all this, man. And I guess I could just do it in portable. What's this one? Oh, it's the power button. Well, That's the volume rocker, volume buttons. I could have told you that. Wasn't expecting a tech demo like this. I traveled a long way to get here and it's already worth the trip. Would be a good chance to bring up getting a 4K compatible TV. I'll practice my pitch on the way home. Dude, it's Agri to Lily trying to get that monitor. Can try the Super Mario Brothers demo here. 4K image on the Nintendo Switch 2 console right now is made up of lots of different pixels. Images on the old NES or Famicom had far fewer pixels than this. Tried to display each pixel from back then with pixels on modern 4K image. There's a massive difference. The game screen ends up looking super small. One look at World 1-1 from Super Mario Brothers tells you all you need to know, really. Dude, I wish I had a... No, I'm kind of sad. I've heard about some of the other shit in here. Like, it looks or sounds really cool, but I can't do it. Sorry, guys. But I mean, that's good. That way you can actually see what it's all about, right? There's the charging thing. Cheap 4K TV to replace this monitor. I maybe need something that's not huge. I guess I think this monitor is 27 inches. I forget. I don't know if there's any 4K that could fit on my desk. A lot of stamps on the edge of this area. I didn't think there would be this many. 42-inch 4K. It's the headphone jack. Excuse me, audio jack streamer. The game card slot's kind of weird on this one. I think I like it better on the original. Microphone can also remove background noise. You sure about that? Sorry, it looks like you're going to need some more stamps, yeah? Close to the edge of the console. You didn't hear this from me, but there might just be one stamp right in the center. That's probably for the screen itself, right? I don't know how many of these are going to be locked out for us, but I'll just try and get all of the stamps that we can. Why is L on top and R is on the bottom? I would actually be curious to see why that's the case. It is facing downward just a little. Yeah? Air intake. Yeah. Can't stop thinking about that staff member who talked like a poet. My hands continue to tremble as I handle the controllers back. There's the charging port. Lower. Air intake lower left. Bunch of dummies online that are calling those air intake speakers. Yeah. Dummies. That's right. Those idiots. Who would think those are speakers? Oh, there it is. Touchscreen. Two more, huh? This screen is gigantic. It really is huge, dude. I wonder where the other thingies are. I mean, it looks like we can get down there. I don't know. Oh, there's an elevator. Yippee. Never thought we'd get to take a look around somewhere like this. I'm going to check out every inch of this place, corner to corner, top to bottom. So this is the one he was talking about. Yep. Left magnetic connector. But then the other one's right magnetic connector, probably. If I had to guess. Maybe a lost and found somewhere in here? I don't remember if the sunglasses or the glasses we found were... if they were invisible until we were right on top of it, or... it's probably somewhere on the screen. like in this. Nope. Another elevator. Yep. Maybe there's not a lost and found in every area. Oh, no, I see one. Easy peasy. I think we'll probably stop after the screen here. We'll switch to some Mario Kart. Lost and found. Is the lost and found lady only at the very beginning? How do I get rewarded for my good deeds? Alright. What's all this then? Use your medals to unlock minigames. Okay, yeah. No shit. Dummy. Give me a screen quiz. Console stand. Sure, we'll do it. If I had to go through multiple screens, I definitely would have just left, but they put it on one. It's smart. There's a stand on the back of the console. Again, another really good upgrade. Not that I don't think I'll use this feature much, but it being a fucking gigantic screen definitely helps. And this kickstand being there. Some more motivation too. Can be adjusted freely. Starting from a fully closed position, the stand opens up to 150 degrees. Fix it and place at any point within this range. The Nintendo Switch 2 console stand has a different shape from the Nintendo Switch consoles. The OLED model is pictured here. Oh yeah, I forgot the OLED model had something similar but just chunky. Made it U-shaped and left more space in the middle. This allowed us to make the fan and battery bigger and add new antennas. As a result, the console is now able to perform more calculations. One more thing about this stand. Made of aluminum alloy, which is very light and robust. About as light and robust as a material known as extra super duralumin, which is used in airplanes and spacecraft. Okay, cool. That's neat. Yeah, exactly it. Go back to straight home console. I mean, we saw how much fucking money the Switch 1 made, and how long it stuck around as like this severely gimped, hardware-wise, severely gimped piece of kit. Not during Prime Month. Oh, you silly ducks. I'm gonna close the window just in case like a bear comes up. You couldn't see it, but I had my window open because it was a little toasty. Just a wee bit warm. Yeah, this thing will be around long enough for them to make, God, I mean, it sold how many units already, Docs? 3 million? That's insane. Only 2 questions long, okay. Let the bear in, it's Pride Month. I choose the man being me. What is the shape of the Nintendo Switch 2 console stand? Long rectangular, that's the original one. Wide and rectangular, no. U-shaped, V-shaped. Why does that say Wii U on it? Are they throwing shade at the Wii U? Was that an actual Wii U attachment thing? The aluminum alloy used in the console stand is roughly as light and robust as which other material? Bish. Okay, we got some jokes. 3 million based on reports. What? Oh no, it was super aluminum. Fuck, was it super duralumin or extra super? Super duper dirt. Benjamin, take it. Oh, it was extra super duralumin. Don't make me wait through this. I already read it once, Nintendo. Oh my god. Fucking hurry up. It was extra super. Can't believe I've done this. I wasn't paying attention. Caught. Durability requirement to have super attitude? I don't know. It's a good question. I think I'm gonna reach that essay word on it. It is scientific actually technical classification extra super. Please see how familiar you become with the stand. I know all about stands. I've watched all the way through part 5 of the JoJo anime, and I've read all the way up to part 7, so I'm very familiar with stands. Thank you very much, Nintendo lady. What's this quiz? I want a quiz on the screen. Microphone. You know what? No, I'm curious about this too, because I haven't tried it yet. I'm sure. Oh, Jesus. I'll do it at some point, but they have a lot to say, apparently. Console, built-in microphone designed to improve the game chat experience. Aside from the microphone, it contains a chip which makes people's voices easier to hear. Handy for when you want the chat as you play. Okay, so yeah, it has shit in there to give you voice chat. Okay, cool. Designed to make voices easier for you to hear, reducing the noise around you, called noise reduction. It's a form of noise reduction that's been customized for playing games. Function doesn't just focus on spoken words, designed to preserve mood and emotion. Take the sound of clapping. If you just wanted to convey words, the sound would be treated as noise and reduced. We balance this so that clapping doesn't go away, letting you immerse in the vibrant, positive atmosphere. Form of noise reduction designed for playing games. This feels very Nintendo, but I'm not tuned out yet. Noisy console sounds. Reducing unwanted background noise, such as the sound of a vacuum cleaner. But that's not all. The microphone also picks up sounds from the console itself. For example, sound from the Nintendo Switch 2 console's air vent. I'm very familiar with this kind of noise getting picked up by a mic. The air vent is positioned right next to the microphone, so it ends up being much louder than a person's voice. With the chip, this loud noise is erased completely. Also, it even removes the snapping noise that you hear when you attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers to the main body. It's been designed to reduce as much external noise as possible so that others can hear you. The console's chip is designed to make voices easier for you to hear, yep. Moving game sounds that the microphone picks up from the TV or from the console speakers. This video is purely for reference. You mean my Switch 2 doesn't shoot orange circles out every time a sound plays? Boo, boo this company. If it didn't do this, it'd be hard to hear what's being said in game chat as people talk back and forth. That's scary. It can get noisy with all the overlapping sounds. This is some horror music shit. Genuinely upsetting. Noise that gets re-amplified like this is called feedback. The chip does its best to remove the game sounds and prevent feedback. There can be all sorts of sounds coming out of a TV. It can vary depending on the TV and the specific setup in your home. So removing them can be difficult. For that reason, game sounds are also sent to the chip. The chip selectively removes these sounds based on the sound quality and acoustics. Okay. But how? It's the chip. That's all that we need to know. All chip does is be chip and eat console game sounds and voice sounds. If some people are quieter than others in game chat, it might make them difficult to pick out. Automatically makes it so that each voice can be heard at roughly the same volume. Or some people are naturally going to be sound louder than others. Danny, I know you're watching. You're on the couch. But even more importantly, voice volume differs depending on the mode. In handheld mode, the console will be close to you, delivering sound straight into the microphone. In TV mode, however, the dock can be relatively far away, which means the mic may have trouble picking up sound. Whether someone's up close in handheld mode or sitting on the sofa far from the TV in TV mode, you'll be able to hear the people's voices at about the same volume. On top of that, even if there are several people out or in front of the TV all talking loudly. I can't fucking read today, bro. I'm not, like, I don't think I'm dyslexic. My brain's just going too fast. The chip takes account of their individual voices and balances out their volume. I don't really feel like that went into the how of it. It's just like the chip. Heard you're giving out 12 Switch 2s to viewers. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Hey Duck, what's up? It's Danny? Yeah, it is Danny. How dare you, Rocker? You read all the insights, nice. Let's do our sound quiz. Let's hear more horror sounds. Quiz time. Which component designed for game chat is built into the Nintendo Switch 2 console? A tiny conversation partner, a light, a camera, a microphone. I did not know I pressed A before reading it. No, fuck. Balancing is pretty cool. Discord could do something like that. Doesn't it already, kind of? Console's built-in chips removes noise to make voices easier for you to hear, but one type of sound is not removed to provide a more enjoyable experience. Clapping? Who doesn't love good food blender noise? The chip that's designed to make voices easier for you to hear removes a buzzing noise from the Switch 2 console. Where does this noise come from? Angry bees! It comes from a fan? I'm sure that fan's gonna be working overtime. He popped Cyberpunk in that sumbitch. Oh no, the spooky sounds are back. The chip in... that is genuinely unsettling. The chip in the console that's designed to make voices easier for you to hear removes sound from the speakers to avoid which phenomenon? Feedback. Payback, bitch. The chip in the console is designed to make voices easier to hear, balances out which aspect of people talking. Size of their mouths. Let's go with the volume of their voices. Perfect score, as always. I've never gotten a single question wrong in Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Greatest Welcome Tour player ever. Flawless victory. You might know more about microphones than I do. Maybe, I mean... Even then, that's not that much. What's this insight? What are you doing here, lady? We're supposed to meet here, but he must have gotten lost. Got more of the scary sounds? Okay. Forget which one it was. Next one, maybe? Scary sounds for channel redeem? No. It must be the fourth one. Was it the first one? No, it was this one. Oh to God. Thank you, Claire. Thank you. That someone recognizes. Like some shit that you hear when Freddy Fazbear is about to get your ass. What about game cards? How many thingies? Yeah, we'll do it. I'm having fun with this. I'm enjoying this, and there's a lot of other areas too. So like, I mean, this is fun. I like learning sometimes. If it's about fun things, not about boring things. If you take a peek inside a Nintendo Switch 2 game card, disclaimer, please do not open your Switch 2 game card. Alex is not liable for you opening your Switch 2 game card or ruining your Nintendo Switch 2 game card. Thank you. You'll see it's quite different from a Nintendo Switch game card. Yeah, don't lick them either. Its data can be read in a different way. Assuming a buffer size of 4 megabytes, the read speed is about 5 times faster than that of a Nintendo Switch game card. They're also lighter, which is kind of weird. However, I did lick mine, but I made someone sub first, so. However, some games may be doing more in the background than just loading. So it's not guaranteed to load around 5 times faster. Also, Nintendo Switch 2 game cards have a higher total capacity than Nintendo Switch game cards. So the contents of these cards are really quite different. Yeah, they're also red. There are 2 different colors of game card. Switch 1 cards are black, Switch 2 cards are red. Other than the colors, they look practically the same in terms of size and shape. There's actually one more difference. The Switch 2 game card has a distinct shape. When a game card is inserted into the game card slot, console checks to see if the game card has this shape. This is how it tells the difference between Switch 2 game cards and Nintendo Switch game cards. Changes the way it reads the data based on this. Okay, interesting. You think that'd be just for like kind of a lockout thing to prevent Switch 2 cards from going into Switch 1s, but alright. Game card console has a game card slot. Doesn't just take red game cards, it takes Switch game cards, thank God. In addition to be able to play games that are exclusive to Switch 2, you can play Switch games too, Switch 1 games. It may not be supported or fully compatible with Switch 2. Okay, what sort of dumb answers are we going to get from this? Since you were so kind to read all that for me, I've got a little something lined up for you, yeah. Wonder what happens if you take that notch out of a Switch 1 cart. I wouldn't do that. What do Nintendo Switch 2 game cards have more of than Nintendo Switch game cards? Capacity. Some harder to lose, prevents the buildup of heat. The console uses it to determine the type of game card, yep. Easy. Nothing will be Benjamin. No. Benjamin was legitimately like pretty good. They cooked with that one. Bro, there's a lot on the console area, man. So we can't really do any or most of the demos, right? That one I think was the 4K one. This one over here was what was this one again? HDR. Is there anything else we can do here? What are you? The screen, yeah. Oh, got a lot. And then 64 cartridges. Yeah, I do kind of miss the energy from older ones. I think it was the Wii that had some of the best ones. Like, please don't try to give your Wii console orange juice, or don't try to put. I think it did say like don't try to put an N64 cartridge in there or something along those lines. How'd they get dirty again already? I don't fucking know, man. That's a mystery. It's a secret to everybody. If you could zoom in really close to the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen, you'd see that it's made up of lots of little dots. These dots are called pixels, 1920 by 1080 to be precise. This is also called 1920 by 1080 resolution. 2.25 times the resolution of the Nintendo Switch console. It's the highest resolution ever used on a Nintendo console. Pause. Pause, 1 second. Those are not consoles. Those are handhelds, motherfucker. And one of them doesn't even have a full console in it. It's just, well, actually, I don't want to talk out of my ass. Does the Wii U have, like, just a shittier version of the console inside of it? I don't know how that works. Gotta shave the eyelashes, probably. As for the size of the pixels, they're the smallest of any Nintendo console to date. Having the most pixels and the smallest pixels provides a crisper, more detailed screen. Screen is just configured as a display. Got it. That's what I figured. Bright light. Switch 2 screen can produce some very bright light. I'd also say the screen is HDR compatible. HDR here stands for high dynamic range. Switch console has approximately 16.77 million different types of light and color. Heck, it's got a crick in it. Meanwhile, the Nintendo Switch 2 console can use hundreds of millions of different types of light and color. In games that support HDR, it's now possible to display bright, intense light. The screen that you're looking at right now is a simple image that doesn't use HDR. Hey! This monitor is just fine, thank you very much. If we were to enable HDR, it would look like this. Note that the image is just for reference. I guess I can kind of see it. Not really. But don't worry, we took care not to make it too bright. Well, that's nice of them. Console was separate from the screen on the Wii. It is. The console is a separate thing. I just wasn't sure how the screen, like if the screen had like a little mini version of it in there or something. Getting a windshield of a car and it gets more dirty than clean. That's what your eyelashes are doing, probably. The console screen can change images at high speeds, up to 120 times per second, in fact. So we can say that the screen is 120 Hz compatible. The faster the picture changes, the smoother the movement will appear. Switch's console screen changes images up to 60 times per second. So a rate of 120 times per second will mean that movement looks twice as smooth. The image shown is just an example, but for games that support 120 Hz, mouse movements will appear smoother. Using the right stick to look around will feel smoother. And scrolling the screen will look smoother. I really do need to get a different, like I'll put this up with the big TV out in the living room. I think that has 120. I actually don't know if it does. I need to get a different monitor. I just plug it into my my main one when I'm not streaming. I mean, I could. I don't know. It's just the audio shit that's. I don't want to take the time to figure it out, but I could probably do it. Scrolling the screen will look smoother, not the only benefit of playing games that support 120 Hz. The world appears to you 1/120th of a second faster, which could give you an advantage during very intense gameplay. Yeah, this is true. It's gonna cost so many people to spend so much more money after buying the console. Yeah, yeah, they're in on it with big TV. Here's another thing about the Switch 2 console screen. It can make games feel less choppy. You could also say that the screen is VRR compatible, and only the screen. They made it sound like the dock was going to have that, but VRR is short for variable refresh rate. When you're playing a game and a lot of characters appear on the screen... Oh god, I hate it. Oh look, it's Age of Calamity. Frame rate can become choppy. Here's what's happening. Takes a little longer than normal to draw each picture. Because of this, the pictures aren't ready in time for when they're meant to be updated on the screen. So if the image has been changing 60 times every second, even a slight delay would skew the timing. Suddenly the pictures would update at half the rate, only 30 times per second. You can see why a game might feel choppy. So in games that support VRR, the update rate can be changed on the fly to match the image completion rate. It takes a little longer to draw the image, or if it takes a little longer to draw the image, the update rate can be changed to 55 times per second. This is better than suddenly dropping to half the rate, so it's less likely to feel choppy. This all means that some players find VRR compatible games comfortable to play. Video is purely for reference. Talking about VRR, which they don't support. It's on the handheld. It's on like on the screen itself. It maybe they're gonna provide an update in the future for the dock to make it work, but I'm pretty sure they're only talking about the screen here, like the Switch 2 screen. There's more than just display images. It's also a touchscreen that you can use with your grubby little mitts. It's designed to recognize where you touch the screen. When you're touching with 2 fingers, it can tell if your fingers are close together or farther apart. So all might be familiar already, but there's a little more to this. The Nintendo Switch 2 console's touchscreen can tell the position of up to 10 fingers at the same time. I don't think the dock has the hardware to support VRR. I'm not surprised, but I've never used it. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. What better way to commemorate your learning than with a quiz? Sure. This is gonna be fun. The Switch 2 console screen is made up by lots of tiny bits. What are they called? Capsules, axles, pixels, pickles. There's nothing funny that happens when you pick the wrong answer. It's just it being there. I wish there was, you got rewarded for doing that. What can the Switch 2 console screen display by enabling HDR? Bright light. Axel because it's me. Nar. Wrong spelling. What is the maximum number of times that the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen can change from one picture to another in the space of 1 second? 120. Easy. Which feature is the Nintendo Switch 2 console compatible with in order to make the screen feel less choppy? Maybe they'll release like a Super dock. Super Nintendo Switch 2 HD VRR dock. How many points can be touched? 10. Come on. Give me something hard, Nintendo. I mean, you already know you're going to be right. If you fail once and see that screen, then you know you're good whenever you see that first part of the check. A perfect score that was as smooth can be. Clearly taking in all the lessons about the screen. Damn right, man. Are you enjoying the insights quizzes? You've taken quite a few. If you'd like, I can share another insight with you. Sure. Would you like to hear one? You can change the mouse sensitivity and system settings. The level of sensitivity you choose will be reflected here in Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. So feel free to customize the cursor speed if it'll help with some of the mini games around here. Actually, pretty cool. I wonder where we would change that. Oh, that's what the C button is, game chat. I remember that. What is GLGR? Oh, that's just the back buttons. Okay. What would this be under? Bastion changes your mouse sensitivity. These controllers. There you go. Medium felt pretty good, honestly. I'll leave it right there for now. Wired communication forces wired communication with the Pro controllers connected to the system. I guess that's for less latency. Swap A and B. That's nice, actually. I forget what you'd want that for. I think that's mostly retro games. Get a little preview of the Joy-Con group there. Are there any others? Trying to see how much we have left in this area. We have 4, and I'm pretty sure it's all mini games. Well, that's 3. Maybe not all mini games? Or 2 demos. 1 demo. What's this one? Did I already check? Try to break this to you need at least 9 medals. Okay, that's fine. And I need 7. Oh, I missed a quiz. What was this? Speakers? Sure. We did all the others, so. It's only 3. 18 pages each. Tightly sealed box. The RGL worked great. That's good. Are they real clicky? Switch 2 speaker parts haven't actually changed. They're the same speaker parts that were used in the Nintendo Switch OLED model. They function a little better on the Nintendo Switch 2 console. They produce better sound. This is because speaker parts are placed in a box. We made sure that all sides of the box were tightly sealed except for the front. If there's a gap where sound can leak out, it may cancel out sound from the front or it may come out muffled. The sound may be distorted and not come out as intended. Even though the console uses the same speaker parts as before, sealed gaps around them make the sounds come out more accurately. Cool, alright. The box is cushioned. If you look at the box containing the speaker parts, you'll see there are spongy cushions attached, yeah. They firmly sandwich the box. Because of this, other parts won't shake around along with the box. That's good.
Hi, Tori. Oh god, how does that sound right now? How's it going, Tori? Welcome in. We're learning about the speakers on the Nintendo Switch 2 console. The sound would get muddied and wouldn't come out as intended. Playing data-accurate sounds. Speakers are parts that turn sound data into sound. But when that sound enters your ears, for various reasons it doesn't sound exactly like the original data. On the Nintendo Switch 2 console, in order to make the sound close to the original data, we added the sound that's played through the speakers. Oh no, the voice too. Oh, you didn't know, did you? I guess the reward doesn't, like, specify that, but, I thought it was a fun little thing. We recorded and analyzed the sounds of the speakers, and calculated how to edit the sound in advance. Nintendo Switch 2 has a faster computer. As such, it's able to process sounds in high quality. By the way, the Nintendo Switch 2 speakers are designed to fit as tightly as possible inside the console. Tightly, Craigism. Because of this, they actually slip diagonally downward a little. But by editing the sound, this filter fits you so well. What the fuck is that supposed to mean, dude? What does that mean? Can you elaborate on that, please? This is very important. Very important that you elaborate. I'm listening. Makes you look smarter? If only I was smart enough to actually, like, justify it. He's got tiny hands. You got tiny hands, motherfucker. Is this tiny bitch? Oh god, oh my finger, oh no! Oh no! It's like Luffy in One Piece. I didn't think about that. Mainly because, I'm just gonna be hunched over or have the controller in my hands when I'm doing that. But anyway. Alright, the speaker slid downward. Alright, let's ace this quiz. Easy. Hot dog fingers. Is it ham sausage? I got a sausage for you. Why does it make you look like a baby? Is this the face of a baby? No, this is the face of a genius. I have aced every single Nintendo Switch 2 quiz. Well, I hate how long that is. I've aced every single Nintendo Switch 2 quiz I've gone on so far. I haven't missed a single question. So I don't want to hear it. Okay? Serve me up the quiz lady. Console speakers, volume
1. What is it about the box it has as the speakers inside the Switch 2 console that helps it produce sound as accurately as possible? It's filled with water, it's made out of rubber, it's punched with tiny holes, it's tightly sealed on all sides but the front. Yes, during play. The box it houses the speakers on the Switch 2 console is sandwiched by which objects? Clothespins, metal plates, cushions, thin slices of bread. It was cushions, right? Real OGs remember Benjamin? Come on, man, what the fuck? In which direction do the speakers inside the console point? Diagonally downward. Easy. Smartphone speakers are filled with balls of foam. Really? I feel like I'm getting shit posted right now. Got all the answers right. Give it up for our new rising star. You're like a pro at speaker trivia. Are we not done? Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's the Joy-Con. We're in the Switch 2 console area. What am I missing?
You know, if I don't have it, like, close enough to me, and maybe it doesn't look like GigaChat Alex, it looks like Gigatrunk Alex, we're gonna just pretend that that was... There we go. I should probably account for that. But yeah, how's it going? Think anyone's gonna speedrun this? If a game exists, someone's gonna speedrun it. That does not much better as a there we go. If a game exists, someone's gonna speedrun it. Rest assured. I don't know. What are we missing, man? I need all the stamps, but I thought we got them all. Oh, these are the inside. Oh, I'm on the wrong filter. Stupid idiot, Alex. You moron. No, we have all the stamps, too. I want to play the Guess the Frame Rate game, man. Oh, my ass. Have we seen enough of this? Do you guys want to see some Mario Kart? I'm really enjoying this, honestly. I think this is a lot of fun. We're learning and getting to play games at the same time. What do your sausage fingers look like now? Well, the way this one works, I don't know how that would work. I get big arms. Want to see the fingies too? Yeah, it doesn't really look too different. It's just more like angled. You can head on through. Oh, and if you feel like revisiting any location you've been to before, choose an exhibit on the X map and press A. You'll be taken right there. Yeah, you could palm a damn globe. Probably. Try to take advantage of it? Sure. Oh, Joy-Con R, I've been waiting for Joy-Con R, bro. Let's go, let's do it. I dropped the Joy-Con and then knocked one of the things out of the thing. Hopefully it's not broken. Oh god, it's broken. Sight. This shit's Nintendo made, bro. They may drift, but they're not gonna fall apart. I collected the stamps, so I'm going to the next area. Mom, you can play the mini games. That's the X button. I do, like, legitimately I feel like people want to see Mario Kart, and I want to see Mario Kart, but I'm enjoying this. What do y'all think? I think it should have come with the console. Sorry, but you're not allowed to say that. Tell me what you really think. I think it should have come with the console, yeah. Tee Oh. Get away from this freak. Where's
whoa, we got two? NFC touch point. Oh. Loving the TikTok Mario Kart edits. I have not seen any. I've not really seeked out anything about Mario Kart because I don't want to see too much. But let's do we have enough points. We want to check out these mini games and then we go do Mario Kart. What do you guys think? What do y'all think? Does anyone care? Does anything even matter? The answer is no. Well, we won't get into that, don't worry. speedrunning the stamps. This is the only LED that's lit up. I can't help but stare at it. You're gonna take your eye out with that, kid. Costumes and celebration, but the characters are kind of sick with it. Yeah, true. Yeah, we'll check out these other 2 mini games up here, and then we'll play some Mario Kart after I get all the stamps. I'm gonna know this console very intimately, inside and out. You know what I mean? Came here for Mario Kart, not Mario Sarty? They fucking bust a move, bro? Dude, I'm excited. How does it make sound when the volume is muted? It's so strange. I want another go. I thought it said 50 for a second. I know what you're thinking. This isn't a game, it's a tech demo. And you're right, but give it a try. You'll get to hear what sounds the Joy-Con 2 controllers can make. As the name implies, HD Rumble 2 creates rumble, but it's more than vibrations. It can actually make its own sounds, even without any speakers. I want to lower your system volume or your TV if you want to give it a shot. Sure, let's interact with something that chat has no way of hearing. Yeah. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? They're making the fucking coin sounds with vibrations? You can do more than that with vibrations, maybe vibrators, but that is crazy, dude. Hold on, let me start from the beginning. That is sick. Okay. Okay, it's just the same. That is insane. Oh my god. I'm glad that actually carried through over the mic. I was worried it probably wouldn't. Joy-Con ASMR. That's sick. I'm glad we went in there, dude. I really want to do the Mario Brothers 4K 1-1, but I can't. I don't have a 4K screen in my. Why am I? We can't even words. How loud was it? IRL from 1 to 10. I think it was 6.5, 7. It wasn't like ridiculously loud. Get that sound just from the rumble. I don't believe that. I don't believe them. I'm sorry. Magnetic connector insights too? No, I'm sorry, I don't. I want how vibration makes sounds insight too. Going to town tomorrow to get a tiny 4K TV. But dude, I just bought a fucking Nintendo Switch 2. You think I have 4K TV money? Cough it up, chat. Come on. 4K TV money. Chop chop. I dropped my controller again. Helping fund the TV. All sound is vibration, so I could see where it might work. Oh, I guess that's true. You guys are gonna see me go live tomorrow with a new channel goal. That's what you did just because of a Switch 2? I mean, we have a 4K TV, so it's just not in here. I wouldn't mind having a 4K. Well, I have a little, even with my glasses, so don't say, haha, you need glasses, idiot. Even with my glasses, I still have a bit of a hard time seeing like 2K stuff, and 2K has been great for me on my newest monitor. I don't really want a 4K one that bad, but I do need to at least get something to replace my old ass 1080p. Be nice to Sapphire Docs. I know you're not being actually mean. This isn't a schoolyard. I know we can joke. TVs are surprisingly not as expensive. I don't know the difference between a cheap 4K and expensive. Well, I wouldn't want like anything super fancy, and I would probably just as soon get a 4K monitor, not a TV. Nerds are cool. Alright. Go have fun getting, I don't know where I'm going with this. Looks like you got at least 4 medals. Go for LG, good for gaming. Speed maze, long walls. You got the hang of the mouse controls yet? That you zip all over the place, pretty sick. Try not to hit the electrified walls. Move quickly but carefully and get it in the hole. Move carefully and quickly and get it in the hole. During Pride Month, Nintendo? 2K for gaming is good for you because you're blind too. Yeah, I like watching 4K out in the living room, like when we're watching shows and stuff, but at least for computer stuff, I wouldn't want it as much. I am excited to hook this up to the TV out there. Reaching the goal is pretty tough, and getting clear medals even tougher. More mouse shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one just on my lap, so we can see how it actually, like, how good it is. Oopsie. Can move this back now that I'm not Giga Alex. Will Tori let me hook it up to the TV? Do I need Tori's permission? Do I? Hurry to the goal without touching the sides. Oh, this is like irritating stick. You comfy over there, Mac? Tori's the boss? No, I'm the boss. I'm the man of the house, bro. I do like how they automatically put the cursor on try again. Good QL stuff. Oh my god. Ah! Motherfucker. Get close to the hole, you get jump scared. 2000, you mean like 2007? Get it in there? We're trying. Who would have thought it's actually kind of hard to get it in the hole? I'm sure if I just put it on my mouse pad it'd be fine, but it was actually starting to scuff it up and I don't want to do that, so. 2.5 seconds? Okay, now I need to use my mouse pad. That is so fast, dude. I was in there way before 2007. Yeah, but you saw it on YouTube, which didn't exist in the year 2000. This is kind of tough, man. Flash application? Okay. I really need the extra token or whatever we get. Probably not. Ah, alright. That's enough. I keep forgetting to take the extra thing off. When irritating stick HD. Don't they have a version of that on the Game Boy Advance Classic app? It just has sensitivity settings? Maybe, but for now we'll continue. I do want to get to Mario Kart before it gets to be too late. I know I'm gonna get sucked into that. Really zipped through that maze. I sure did. Oh no, no. Let's not. Let's say we did for now. And if you guys really want me to do part 2, I'll do it, but one medal to play. Guess the angle, including hints. Ooh. What we're gonna do is look through the cautions. Oh, it won't take that long. Do you know what a 30-degree angle looks like? No, I failed geometry and had to do summer school. Nintendo Switch 2 consoles staying could be freely set within a range of angles. I made this mini game to test how precisely you measure those angles. Set the stand to the angle shown on the screen, and then you get to find out just how accurate you were with your measurement. Oh. I mean, I guess I could still... Let's try it. Although, let me disable the change thingy in my bot real quick. That's enough. I do this. It probably should not change the name of the game. I mean, shit. It's big enough that you can still see it. This exhibit requires touch controls. Prop up the console with the stand. Not like perfect, but it's something. Okay, it's propped. Hold on. I didn't actually change anything. That's just what I set it to when I set it down to do this. Show it off along with this keyboard, along with my gross napkins that I have for my gross face. Match the angle. So 40? I'm thinking like... Wait, no, it needs to be further out. Yeah, that feels kind of like... That looks like 40. What brand is the keyboard? Hippo, you probably know offhand better than me. Off by 3 twice in a row? That is crazy. $30. So what was the last one? It was like 40? So we just do like a little bit? Oh, that sounds right. I know it's really bright, might not be like super clear, but you can... Dude! 333? The number of the beast. That is in like I got super lucky. I lied, I didn't fail geometry, I didn't go to summer school for it. What did I say we couldn't do on here? Oh wait, we could do the guess the frame rate one, maybe. I mean, you won't be able to see because this is 60, but... How did you manage that? Your spatial perception must be... No, I won't do that. Let's not do that. There's part 2. Nah. Y'all ready for some Mario Kart? Raise your hand if you're ready for some Mario Kart. Tier 2, Tier 3 sub to the channel if you're ready for some Mario Kart. How's that for a call to action? Keyboard looks fresh. It actually probably needs to be cleaned a little bit. Custom keycaps? Nope. Default. It's nice. Nice. And it's got like this creamy switch, so it feels really good to use. You want one now? I would highly recommend it. It's excellent. Yeah, I ain't trying to show anything off. Streaming in 2010 now? Yeah. Point the camera at the TV. Keyboard tour. Actually, before we switch, this is a good time to take a break. I need to pee, and I also need to take my dog outside to pee. So, we'll take a break. I'll take him outside, then run a quick 3-minute ad break so we can get rid of pre-rolls for a bit. And let me know how you feel about the break screen. It hasn't changed a ton, but I've changed it up just a little bit. So we'll do that and come back and play some Mario Kart. Sound like a plan? Yeah? Yeah? All right. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. In just a little bit. How did I have this set to automate? Okay. Be right back. Alright, I'm taking skip salvo. Even though I really don't want to.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know what that noise I just heard is, but I thought it was a mobility. Thought it was the Spider-Man. We got a team below us.
Okay. Coming.
Hit.
Knocked.
Goodbye.
Yeah, we're thirsting. Fuck it. Where's the other guy?
He's broken. Right here.
Down.
Nice.
Dropped.
Fuck is his friend?
I think I see him back here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
maybe
thought I
no,
saw
that's
it.
the upgrade station. Never mind.
Worried about people.
Oh my god! No, stop! No, stop! Oh, this is too good.
Oh, okay. That was ridiculous. Alright, but I would love to keep smashing my head against this, but I legitimately have no idea how I'm gonna... Oh! 0.02 seconds! Okay, but really, what do I do to go faster? I can't parry anymore. You can't parry grabs anyways. Nope. That still worked? That still worked? Dude! Oh, you're not dead? Yes!
Somebody clip it.
Shh. I do need a clip of that. If no one clips it, I'll... You know, I can make a fucking stream marker, dude. I can make a fucking stream marker, dude. Which one is it? Where's the fucking button? It's not there. Add stream marker. Alright. It's funny, I was playing this on one of the survival runs earlier. And he hit me, and he knocked me backwards into... Just like that, bro! Just like that! I wasn't trying to set anything up, I swear. And that caused me to lose. It was hilarious. It was actually pretty damn funny. Double quarter forward punch. You probably gotta be close for it, I'm assuming. Yeah, dude!
Clip it. Somebody clip it. Clip it. No.
I'm adding stream markers. I do not. Oh, you did try though. You really did.
That was a good hit. That would like,
Yeah.
like a good ass freeze frame on that.
Yeah, it was nice.
What the fuck?
I love that video.
I don't think I've seen that. Oh my god. Oh. I wasn't ready. Hold on, try again. I don't know why that cracks me up. No.
Oh,
God, what's the fucking input for his super? That's not it.
We don't need inputs in this bitch. Just spin the stick in a circle.
oh man. Nice.
That's the Giga Chad music, in case you didn't recognize it. I'm glad someone did.
So much pressure.
Oh, the punishment.
Damn.
GG.
GG's.
Fuck. All right. Oh wait, no. I want to be. No, you're not my true opponent.
He took it. He took it from you.
Wait, what happened?
I needed to be the one to kill him.
Have some food. You guys run like
Oh,
two
okay.
sets.
Sure.
Why you running, Claire? Why you running?
No, I didn't. You left.
I didn't leave. I was in there.
No, you literally left 'cause you just came back.
I didn't. Hey, no one clipping shit in here, brother. You're gonna get highlights. I don't know if you can. You clip VODs? I think you can clip VODs.
I think so, yeah.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, you thought I was gonna do the shin shitter.
Wow. An asshole.
I had to. If I did anything else, it felt too risky. I had to get my blankie. Okay, gamester. Take more of my rupees. Fucking asshole. Give me the shell. This is not worth over 100 rupees. I swear to God. Just please. Please! I can't. I literally can't. I don't know what to do anymore, guys. That's just gonna fly to the back corner of the thing. What is serious? Am I just eating the band-aids? What the fuck? Did you guys see that? Why did I put them up to my mouth? Weird, that's sussy. Yeah, maybe not that much.
Maybe one or two more.
There we go.
There we go.
Get cocky and lose.
Oh, what? No! So crack shoot is just hold back and a punch?
No, it's like a.
You know what it fucking... Oh my god, I'm on modern controls! Modern!
Oh my god.
I was going insane trying to figure out what it was. Jesus Christ, I can't. Capcom!
Something happened to me last match. We jumped.
And Elden Ring. Which I know for a lot of folks it's sort of bad because they prefer the sort of, I don't want to say like clunkiness, but the... I rolled away from that, what? This might be a sign to stop trying to fight this guy. Darn.
Oh,
Alright, Mike.
yeah,
No.
they fucked it up.
No.
They fucked up the.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just break the whole wall.
I swear to God, if I lose to this fucking wall.
That is, yep, rip.
Well, I mean, technically it would be the storm, but
I'm
you know.
so upset with that.
Oh.
Definitely can't end on that game, right? You gotta do one more. Let my people go! I don't really know what this is doing for us. Besides looking very silly. There we go. Even got the power bomb. Let's go. No, even with the Frankensteiner at the end. Some high, jump high, turn around and pray. Kind of. Please. Alright guys, sorry about the wait. I guess I should probably add baking soda. Yeah, I wasn't sure about adding like the super old clips. I mean, I figured I'd add a couple in there, but I wasn't, I don't know. I haven't messed with the clip reel too much in a while. Alright, so far, I'm enjoying the welcome tour. I don't feel like I wasted any money so far, but it's whatever. Now, this shit, I have that one in their ducks. That one is in there. This shit, I'm putting it closer like it's gonna focus. Look it. This shit is a waste of money. $80? What the fuck? Are you shitting in my ass? Still not sure if I like the new housing for it or not. I need to refund Claire for his sub because I don't... Did he do that specifically to get me to like it? I feel kind of bad now. $77.9 thousand viewers. Holy shit. It's kind of big for a Nintendo game, though. Alright, and if I need to move stuff around, like move chat or move cam somewhere else, let me know. Thought that was you for a minute? What do you mean? You want to be in my compilation? You should be in my compilation, that's a good point. Oh, you're not already in there, Hippo? Wow, fake friend. Oh. I'll be lucky to ever get 77 viewers, man. I don't know, like, I'm not trying to get pity or get reassurances or, like, praise or anything. I just feel like, to a certain degree, I've got, like, anti-charisma. Like, I'm just an energy vacuum a bit. An energy vampire. What am I doing? I was gonna do something. Fuck. I'm also forgetful sometimes. Oh. Webcam we're plugged into the console, because Docs, you wanted to try the game chat thing, right? I'm a little sad there's only 2 USB ports this time. Then do I have the game chat? I have to do the game chat setup? Okay. Claire, do you want to play? Test out the game chat thing? Anti-charisma? Just like... I don't know, like, I don't feel like I have good stream energy. Like, I'm not trying to get too in the weeds. I talk about this from time to time, and I get... I don't want to say, like, mournful about it, but... and that's part of why I've been putting more effort into it. But, just streaming for as long as I have, mostly it's like semi-consistently, some years off and on, since like 2017, 2016. Haven't even cracked 500 follows. Hard for me to keep up, even like a decent concurrent viewership. I'm a pessimist, pretty pessimistic person, and very easily defeatist about a lot of things. So I mean, I'm having fun right now. Don't get it twisted. Just, I don't know. I feel like I could be doing better, but I don't know what it is, and I feel like it's my deadpanness. This is part of the problem. You're just CPU Daisy. It can't be CPU Daisy because I'm gonna be Daisy. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know who there's a lot of characters that I like in here. Gotta clean my glasses for 5 minutes first again. What's the snake-like icon next to the time? That is Ethernet. Wired internet connection. Drop in and out is super easy in this. Nice. Okay, you don't have to do voice. You're welcome to play. Anyone else that has it? Made you Daisy in Mario Party? I didn't make you anything. You're your own man. You're a big boy. You can do what you want. Motherfucking stupid little specs that won't go away, even though I've been wiping this for like 2 minutes. Hello? It's just the lack of any Twitch algorithm and it being oversaturated. You aren't doing anything wrong. Easy to start thinking like that. Yeah. Easy trap to fall into. Again, I'm having fun with this. I sincerely appreciate all of you being here. Truly. And I'm not like trying to be super big. I don't want like thousands of viewers. I just want to do a bit more and have more people to hang out and chat with and play games with, you know? Wouldn't follow if it was boring you. Wait until we start playing some classic Doom, baby. No one likes classic Doom. That's when the chips really hit the table. I need to not have as many outbursts because Tori is going to be sleeping here pretty soon. She works tomorrow. Imagine working on Saturday. That'd be embarrassing. Imagine still not having your glasses clean. That'd be embarrassing. Classic Doom is the bomb, dude. Well, I'm a super fucking turbo nerd. I play custom WADs too. Motherfucker, I get like one thing and then another thing pops up. It's a goddamn smudgy Hydra. A little bit of an audience with edgy Mario Maker, and the drop off was real. Oh, let's not talk about Mario Maker around Claire. He hates it. I like Mario Maker. I don't think I'd want to be solely focused on that. I don't want to be focused on it. I mean, that's not a Mario Maker exclusive problem. That's any game that you get a lot of people, a lot of viewers from. Variety is hard to do. So I'm jealous of people like Northernlion, but he's a bit of a fringe case anyways, because he's a fucking banter god. Custom mods is fun. All right. Well, you're in good company. Imagine you coming here because of something is not as popular as Doom, Mario Kart. Wow, that I haven't played yet. I can't. God, this is now. There's a hair there. I swear I must have OCD, dude. I need to go to a doctor and maybe get diagnosed. This is kind of embarrassing, honestly. It normally doesn't take me this long. I promise. There's like one more that won't come out. He's an OG too. He is. Oh, by the way, well, I guess you're not on your new account. It'd be much easier for me to like pre-shout out your new thing if you were chatting from your new thing, Claire. Which I would totally do. You came for Balatro and stayed. I forgot. I didn't realize that my category was stuck on Balatro for a significant portion of that last stream. Kind of miss streaming, but it's hard to make the time. Especially when you got a youngin'. It's going to change things a bit. We miss you too, Hippo. This is a fucking circus, dude. I swear to God. I'm gonna go blind. It's not worth it anymore. Ballatro's goated too. I'll probably be playing a bit more of that in a little bit just to sort of test out long-term tests, like different things that I've set up in OBS and whatnot, and with StreamerBot. Because I didn't go back to the challenges after I lost my save file, and I never beat all of the challenges in the first place. I want to beat all the challenges, and maybe try to gold stake all the decks, and then leave it at that. I will not be gold staking all Jokers, probably. Unless I really get into it. Oh my god, bro, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Bash was so confused watching Giga Chad me. And there might be a point where I need to like start watching my English, man. Maybe. I guess you just wouldn't let them watch at that point. That's why I don't bother cleaning them. Docs is like, get on the fucking game, bro. I want to race. I want to race too, but all right, I'm done. I'm done. Sorry. I also started the ramble bits. That was part of the problem. All right, so, well, before we do that, pause. The fuck is that sound? Do these all have different sounds? Ooh. We got some Nintendo sauce. We got some Nintendo sauce. Yay, yippee. System memory is full. You may not be able to capture or save any more screenshots or videos. Oh, no. System memory, is that like based on games installed? I could just uninstall like a game or two. Let's uninstall a couple things. What am I never gonna play again? This is garbage, get rid of it. No, I do want to check that out. Probably not gonna play this anytime soon. I think I also have that on Steam. Let's see what else. probably not going to play this. Diablo. I do want to test it out on here, see how much better it runs. And if it's more playable portable. I played it a little bit, Diablo 2 specifically. Played a little bit of Diablo 2 in portable. That text is impossible to read. Diablo 3 is pretty good in portable, though. Really good, actually. Let's see, what else? Not going to play this anytime soon. Looking for a copy of Diablo 3 for Switch. I just got them both digital because they were like super duper cheap one day. I think I paid like $15 for both of them. If that, it might have been like $7 or $8. I mean, we had 21 gigs free. That's probably enough for screenshots and stuff. Because I will probably be taking some screenshots. I want to test that out. Oh, let's hear all the other sounds first. I like that. Give me some fucking music too, please, Nintendo. Give me eShop music, dude. You only buy physical? I respect that. Pokemon Unite is a MOBA. You played that for a bit with us, with me and Agri Hippo. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty fun. I just didn't stick with it long term. Alright. Game chat setup. Game chat, you can chat with friends while you play, all together, anytime, anywhere. During the game chat open access period, which will last until March 31st next year. Nobody use game chat without a Nintendo Switch Online membership. Afterward, a Nintendo Switch Online membership. Okay. This is the beta test, is what they're saying. You did not. No, you did. You 100% did. You 92% did. What's a MOBA? Dota 2, League of Legends, Smite. Multiplayer online battle arena. The really sweaty, like, rage gamer-filled games. Read the game chat terms. I ain't reading all that shit. Don't be a cunt. Need to confirm your phone number via text? Alright. Well, did you play and never downloaded it because you didn't have room? I thought I could have sworn you did. My bad, homie. I'm not trying to be rude. Can't scan the code is actually not scanning. What the fuck? There we go. Hopefully it doesn't show that. You need to approve friends for chatting, approve them, you'll be able to see chat invites they send. Oh, people are absolute cocks in those games. They're just pieces of shit. So I got beef with your cat? No, I love cats. Unless they don't like gingers or something, I don't know. Select only the friends you know well for approval. You won't get invites to chat sessions that include anyone who isn't approved. Okay. No. Oh, man. Well, you can't see it, but rip to the homie. Still kind of weird to think about, man. Yeah, earlier this year. Sign up with your own account when using game chat. No, really. Okay. But others, so everyone can enjoy game chat. If you ever experience the game in game chat that makes you feel uncomfortable, please report it. Yeah, that's fair. Ow! I'm getting tangled up in my cord. Good thing we won't have to report Claire or Docs, right? Well, I guess Claire won't be joining. Like a Discord alternative, yeah. Basically. Hopefully we don't get like double audio. Hello? Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, hey, you actually sound kind of clear, man.
Yeah, this. Oh God, I'm getting double audio. Hold on, let me mute the stream.
I won't get it.
Let's see. I don't know. Let's see how that. Okay, we'll screen share.
I'll turn on my camera. Oh God.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
There's
it's
that
fighting for its life.
C920 classic look.
Oh, well, yeah. Here's. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Did we lose you?
No. You're good. I'm messing with the settings. I thought this was supposed to track your position.
UP is watching comedians on her thing,
Uh-huh.
but it just keeps saying "fuck the police" over and over, and I'm like,
I don't know. That's pretty funny to me. Oh, there's camera options too, Docs.
Yeah, I was in there messing with them. This is oh yeah. Let's press this button.
You ready to play some games? I'm ready for some games.
Oh, that's kind of funny.
Have not been reported. Okay. Do we want like just face? Or are you gonna do like this? That's pretty good for like a chopped and screwed kind of thing. I'm sure they'll probably improve it since we're still in the beta period, right?
Oh, face only. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's fighting for its life, but yeah, it's doing a thing.
I'm gonna leave mine on this just to see how it handles it. This is not the official cam Pizza Muncher. It's the Logitech C920, my old camera before we got the Elgato face cam, which bless its heart, it tries, but is really testing my patience in a lot of ways. But it's good for the moment. Now, what else we got? Oh, we don't want to maybe a little zoom in, like just a smidge. Screen sharing, share screen while on the home menu, accessibility, text to speech. That's nice. I mean, yeah, the camera is definitely like, it's not the NVIDIA background removal, that's for sure, but like it's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's like a cut down version of what they use for broadcast. So
yeah. So how do can I make my screen big while we're playing? Well, I guess
there
not.
is.
That's the whole point of having the game chat, right?
Yeah, that's like the whole thing. You can make the screen. Oh, I mean, I guess you could do full screen, and then it'll show whoever's speaking. Let's see.
Oh, here we go. Expanded
Yeah.
screen, maybe.
Okay, yeah. So it's just showing the chatting portion. It doesn't show the camera or anything. So
Well, I've got the expanded main screen. That's pretty good. We can try that for a little bit. I'll just come back and change it if I really need to. All right.
Look at that. Whole 10 FPS.
I get it. Like, there's already a lot going on, and if they're going to keep the game running at a locked 60 at the same time, like, we'll be okay.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's going to be like some kind of concessions in that situation. Did I kill my camera?
Danny says she doesn't want to see you play games inside your mouth. That's fine. Me neither. Yep. Piranha Plant camera. Wasn't that cheaper than the plain black one? Like 50?
Yeah, but it was only 480p, I think.
Oh god.
Yeah, so it was even worse than a C920.
Pause. I have an update to download. Feels like the downloads are faster on here. I mean, the Ethernet's faster anyway, but like generally speaking, they seem better.
Yeah, I think just the network stack and the hardware is like a lot better.
Have you played any Mario Kart yet?
I played the first circuit at 50cc last night. Just to kind of get a feel for it.
Yeah. What's the consensus?
I need to play more to figure out how to actually maneuver, to reliably jump up onto the grind rails and like do the wall rides and stuff. So that information, at least in that first race, it wasn't explicitly talked about. So
yeah. How well can you guys hear Docs in the chat? By the way, we know how good he sounds. Because how close are you to your console right now?
2.5 feet. It's sitting on top of my desk.
Okay, mine's probably about like 2 feet away, about the same. Your Doc's well though. Heading to bed. We're about to start carting, dude. You can't leave. Real though, thank you for hanging out. Good to see you, man. You have a good rest of your night, and I'll be streaming this earlier tomorrow. So if you want to see like some actual Mario Kart gameplay, not a bunch of other stuff, then drop on down. Come on down. Claire, here's your well. Cool. This is this 1 minute is really getting stretched pretty far. What's going on, Nintendo? Bye, Hip. Yeah, but overall, my impressions just from the hardware and just the system software and in general, like it's really positive. They cooked. It's
a good piece of hardware. I don't think it's it's really hard to judge it as a follow-up to the original Switch because it's just the same thing but better.
That's all I wanted personally. That's all I wanted. So
yeah, so I had a lot of my coworkers asking me today because I took the day off yesterday for the launch, and I had a lot of my coworkers who were like, "Oh, is this the greatest thing ever?" And I was like, "No, it's not the greatest thing ever." I don't want to be shitting on it because I think it is really good for what it is, but it's a companion device, or it's either a companion device that you buy later, or it is your primary gaming system because you don't want to spend the money on an expensive gaming computer and you're okay playing games that are a little bit older, not your big AAA titles. So
yeah, I agree with that. I'm a freak that just has way too much stuff. I know you're the same way.
I just really like Nintendo stuff. You can only play Nintendo stuff legitimately on Nintendo hardware.
Right.
So
I'm all for emulation. I'm not gonna say people shouldn't do that. Have at it, but to say, oh, I only want to pirate. No, I want to play it legit. That's just how I am. It's the best way to do it. Anyway.
Well, yeah, because in theory, it's going to work the way that it's supposed to. So.
Yeah. And now that's really going to be solid now that they've got not a already 4-year-old phone processor for their main, power behind the console, right?
I mean, technically, I think it is a 4-year-old piece of hardware.
Well, but it's good hardware this time. It's not already dated, in the sense. I can't phrase it the way that I want to make it sound, but anyway,
it has modern features.
Yes.
Right.
Gonna turn camera on. We'll do face only is what it's recommending.
Was that what it said?
Oh yeah, it did. Oh, yeah, we'll do face only. So we want friends.
Okay, I mean that's not bad. And a little bit of shit background.
I do have to say, I'm a little upset that they have multiple pages of costumes. It's not just pick a character and pick a costume. That's not very good. Gotta go with Dry Bones, my boy.
Oh, I unlocked Donkey Kong yesterday. Where's my yep. Cactus main.
I joined. Hello world. How do I... Let's see. Oh, you guys already joined. Shit. Where are you? Game is really quiet. Can I not crank it any louder?
I think there's an option. Hold on.
No, I cranked it in the settings.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but it's... Lower max headphone volume. No, do not lower max headphone volume. So now if I go in the game chat settings, can I turn it up louder? I cannot. Maybe in the system settings?
Let's see. What is this Toad one? Oh, hey, where's Claire? See.
It's under chat volume. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't know how I missed that like 7 times. Yo, you got the cow, dude.
Oh man, you're hella far away. Where's Claire at?
He's next to me. Hold on, where's tilt controls? Do we not have tilt controls anymore? There's no more tilt controls. You fast travel to each other, nice. Now we just like fuck around with the controls for a second. Oh no, we're like the direct presentation. Let's drive over here, guys. Let's go to a race. This feels decidedly different than Mario Kart 8. Almost like a different game. Oh, I lost my drift. Is the day cycle supposed to change that quickly? Ah!
Oh, hey, coins.
It's very different from OK. I'm fine with that. Of course. I just didn't know how different it was going to be. How are you emoting, Claire? Whoa, where'd you get that? Oh, it makes your head big when you're far away. That's neat. There's gotta be more buttons. Where's the emote button?
It's up on the D-pad.
That's just like text messages then. Oh, there's rewind. Photo mode, cool. Already found, oh, you can move the car. I did see a couple of videos on Twitter about this. They added to the music. Turn off auto drive assist if you want the level 3 drift boost. Oh yeah, I gotta turn all this shit off.
Wait, where's that at? Oh, never mind. I see it.
auto drive assist. Yeah, I think smart steering was the only thing I had on. Dash food. Alright. Oh god. This guy just murdered me. I gotta get into like an actual turn. I'm gonna assume Rainbow is max boost. Here we go, we can just drift in a circle. Alright. Can we try to grind? And just like drive on top of something? Yep. But you can just keep spamming the trick button when you're on a
Tell
ground.
them say what you wanted to each one.
Drifting feels so good in this one. Ramming speed! Coming for you, Claire.
Oh, ah.
You have a star? Okay. I guess we'll start the race or something.
Never did was last.
Is it race time?
I think it's race time. Should we do 50cc for the first one, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not, just to get a handle on the controls.
Yeah, we'll do 3 races.
I'm not a Mario Kart aficionado.
Oh, I am. If it was just solo, I'd be jumping both feet onto 150. What do you guys like, Desert Hills or Whistle Top Summit? Actually, I'm gonna do Desert Hills.
I voted for random.
Oh, okay. This is all really sick, though. Host advantage, wow, 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 wow. Are you guys both using the Pro Controller?
I am, yeah.
Well, thanks for the follow earlier, Pizza Mantra, and thanks for hanging out. You have a good rest of your night, man. I will definitely see you around. So even turning on the just automatic or volume automatically, it still feels really quiet.
It is pretty quiet.
I cannot catch up, dude. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Got the Mega Mesh. Oh, I didn't get the dash food, damn it. Is it still 10 coins for max speed in this, or?
I have to assume that's what it is.
See you later, Claire. Hello. What the fuck? Why am I a coin guy? What?
Okay.
What happened?
We just got Magic Man?
That was very quick.
I'm not catching you on this one. Damn it.
20 is the max, so I guess 20 might be max speed then. I got a crown, dude. Look at that. Sick. Alright. I mashed past the leaderboard. You can see your face there. Like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like, it's kind of surface level, but it's still fun.
You can see it. It like floats over you. Like I could see your face.
I can see yours too. So I guess if we wanted the race where we have the interstitial race, that would have been the fuck, what's it called? Not what I picked. I didn't realize the intermission was just like hanging out in the lobby, basically. We got Yoshi's Island music? I don't know if we're hearing the same thing or not.
I'm not sure.
Oh, if you get a star, you get a rainbow filter over you. Sick. Oh, I almost nailed you with that. Oh. You made me lose. You got rid of my crown!
No, that actually worked?
I lost my crown, you motherfucker! Fuck you. Oh, we gotta go Koopa Troopa Beach, brother. So how much of this have you played, Claire? I loaded too fast for me to get a drink. Kind of weird to have that problem on a Nintendo console now. How did they boost ahead? What? Can you get enough height to hit that block, I guess?
I did, yeah.
Nice. Oh, I still clipped through that, damn it. I thought I was being sneaky.
Thanks, minivan.
Oh, I thought I could hook up with that. Oh my god, I'm just crashing and burning, bro.
Oh, thank god I got hit. I almost exploded myself.
I've not been tricking anywhere near as much as I should be. Let's not lose to the CPU. Oh, there's 5 segments to this? Holy. Can you drift on the water? You can. Alright. Cool. Come on, I gotta hit the double. Fuck. Oh, big air. Oh, that got me. Sent me back 2 spaces. Why would I do that then? What the fuck? Okay, this is pretty sick. Just, it feels pretty seamless going from the, you know, the regular, like, dirt course to the water and then to the wipeout type shit right here.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's pretty cool. Oh, that was you with the boomerang?
Yeah, get fucked.
Dick.
Oh, okay, this is some Sonic Adventure shit, dude. I'm here for this, bro! I can only imagine how good it looks on a big-ass screen without the game chat stuff. You know? So where's the last leg of the race then? Who stole my feather? Jerk? Oh no. Yep, that tracks. Don't worry, I'm gonna catch up with you guys. Oh, we got a remix, dude? Oh no. They're doing tricks on it for me right now, bro. I really like Super Mario Kart on SNES. I know it's got a bad rap, but it's one of my favorites.
Son of a bitch!
Right at the end, get cooked. I had to get my crown back, Docs. I'm sorry. Dude, like, we're in the leaderboard, dude. That's cool. That's neat.
That is cool. That's a cool touch.
Yes. I don't care. It's fun. I'm just glad you can use your own camera. They could have very easily said, $60, please. Otherwise, you can't use this new feature that isn't actually, like, super, like, well done. I don't know. I think it's pretty well done. It's just not high tech, you know?
I mean, it gets the job done. Again, like, this is a mainstream, like, piece of hardware, right?
Yeah. It's a
so,
portable piece of hardware, too.
Yeah.
I think that's an important thing to remember.
Yeah, so, I mean, I do a lot of game share in Discord and stuff, but, you know, there's a whole capture card setup that goes along with that. Mm-hmm. You know, a bunch of crap that, you know, that's not normal people stuff.
Yeah, it's not something everyone's going to have.
Yeah. So this is definitely a cool feature to include for people to be able to do that. I mean, I think it's cool anyway.
No, I agree. It's sick. I kind of want to just say fuck streaming tomorrow and just put this on the big TV and veg out. Be a complete piece of shit. Okay. I do want to see Dino Jungle, but I feel like I'm going to vote for it.
Yeah.
I was going to hold
Why
back.
not?
Nope. Which course will we get? Can I keep my crown for the whole race? Probably not. I'm gonna guess. I wish if you lost, you lost the crown. It seems like if you just get hit, then it's gone. Don't you dare hit me with anything, Claire. I want to keep this. I do wish you could crank the volume on the game, though.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to control that better. Damn it, missed the food.
Goodbye. Who the fuck stole my mushroom?
Where the hell did this asshole come from?
I think it's just a regular driver, right? I almost hit myself with my own bomb. That would have been very sad. Does Drivos just have shit acceleration, or am I doing something wrong that you guys are so much faster?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm just using the stock cart.
Same. Okay, don't use the little music box thing, the speaker on the bomb, because it will blow it up and it will hurt you and not protect you. I probably should have known that, but like, oh well. I feel like this is a remix to a track, but I can't recognize it. I will say, hearing the remix to Koopa Beach did make me feel something a little bit. So if they're going to do a lot of that in this game, then I'm here for it. What, this is from something. It sounds familiar. It's not more Yoshi's Island, is it?
I'm not sure.
I don't think I'm gonna get my crown back. Oh my god, man. And I lost my you lose your mushrooms if you fall off the course? When did that happen? That must be done.
That was a short course.
Yeah. That's just disgusting. I think I still win just by getting first in the first two, but gross, icky, yuck. Ooh, close.
Oh, barely. Barely.
Yeah. Woo! Yippee! I win! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Dude, I can't wait to see articles about people doing foul shit with this. It's gonna be so funny.
I mean, this is a killer feature for for the Only Friends crowd.
Oh god. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I got my crown back. Yeah, yippee, pog. You just turn like my monitor speaker up. Nah, that's good. What's this inspiring ballad track that's playing right now? Do you hear it?
Okay, that's how that kind of works.
You can grind on the dyno? Hello?
You wall ride everything with it? Okay.
I don't think I've done any wall riding now. Do you just drive straight up the wall?
Now you have to be like airborne a little bit and then like trip toward the wall is what it seems like.
Trying to get near a wall so I can do that. I do like that they have basically Jurassic Park in you. If you hold drift while going straight, you can jump. What?
Oh.
Oh. But you can't trick after that. Nope, I got a tire without doing what I was trying to do. I can't hit the fucking wall. Alright, let me find a race. Alright. We want to jump straight to 150 or do we need more time?
I mean, we can give it a shot.
Because if we want it to be gradual, I'm okay with that, but let's see, no teams, items, normal. I think 3 races is good. I like that they have the option. 32 races? Holy shit, no. I'm gonna make the intermission, you want 10 seconds or 1 minute? Still good?
I mean, yeah, it should be fine. Okay. Alright.
Great Block Ruins. That looks cool as fuck. I like how we all locked in.
I mean, it does look cool, so, like, why not, right?
Yeah. I haven't been getting the boost. I gotta figure out that meta.
Yeah, so it looks like a rolling start, but like it's the same as like being, at least it seems like it's the same as being at the starting line.
Rolling start. Isn't this the Waluigi pinball music? It sounds like it. Oh, fuck. I appreciate that you can get that that speaker box outside of first place now. Unlike Mario Kart 8. Gotta remember that you can do multiple tricks when coming out of the air, or jumping in the air too. I'm gonna have to remind myself of that a lot. Whoa. Okay. Okay, this is sick. We're on the third leg already, okay. Are we really on 150? It doesn't feel much faster right off the rip.
We're off the track.
Alright. Oh, you are. Now I am too. Oh, motherfucker. Dude, someone's fireballs just destroyed all of my red shells. I don't think I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
That was you, huh? Okay, this is pretty sick. Oh, man. 6th place, huh? Did any of us get
place.
first?
Oh, well. Yeah, hell yeah. Killing it.
None of us got first. We didn't even crack top 3. We gotta... Come on, guys.
Gotta lock in. Yeah.
Gotta lock in, man. Maybe we should have done it gradually.
We could just complain about the game cheating, like DSP. Be like, The
fact that that man is still relevant is... excuse me, man-child is still relevant is crazy, dude. He's survived so many different, like, content creators and groups of creators and just... How?
I'm just gonna go random on this one.
Feeling Peach Beach. So completely random. I read that it takes like 10 minutes to get across the map in this.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yo, let's go.
Spun out like a clown.
It feels like drifting is not as overpowered. Or maybe it isn't, I just don't know the sauce yet, but at least right away it feels like maybe it's not just like spam drifting mode, you know?
Alright, out of bounds. Out of bounds again. Killing it.
I got the weird Kamek thing. Get magic, bitch. I feel like the meta will probably be like, just mash the trick button like your life depends on it. I really appreciate not having to hold down the drag button, by the way. That's very, very appreciated. Oh, we were done for a second. This is a long course. Yeah, varying lengths is good. We like that. I like it at least.
The game is cheating. My buttons aren't doing anything.
What? Maybe it's not such a pro controller after all.
No, it's fine. I'm joking. Thanks, Claire. I needed that.
The fuck? Who needed it? I have not been able to use my feather yet. People keep stealing it. Oh. Did you snipe? Okay, no, I got first. I thought Claire stole it from me for a second. Holy shit, that was close.
Oh, cool. I managed to come in third.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's what we need. This is what we need to do, guys.
Eat that, you shitty computers.
Yeah. I'm only in second though. Fuck. It's gonna be tricky to remember that you can hold drift to get a jump going. Choco Mountain. Oh, we gotta do DK Spaceport. That looks cool, dude. That looks so cool. I do feel a certain bit of hunger for the Pro Controller because the new Joy-Con is nice. I don't even mind the new grip, but I feel like it could be more.
The new Pro Controller is, and like I said this in the Discord, but it's probably one of the nicest pieces of hardware that I've ever picked up.
I'm excited to get it like a month or two, or maybe longer. So now we have the connecting race. I guess it only does that in this mode if you're picking a course that is connected or close to the one you just did, which makes sense. Oh, this is the boss music from Yoshi's Island. Did I just take your mushrooms?
I think so.
I didn't have mushrooms before, and then I had some. I'm really digging the fan service with the music, though. I'm sure there's going to be other fan service too, but that's just what I'm noticing first. You took the one I was going for! Damn it. Oh, dude. Look at this shit. There's still 6 more segments?
I did this race in 50cc last night.
Oh, this is cool, man. It's not always the same time of day whenever you do it, right? It can vary.
Yeah, I think I came up here at night.
Oh, this is sick, man. That's not sick,
sweet.
man.
That sucked. Totally fucked up my momentum.
Also, I know this might be a hot take, but I'm really glad that it has some jazz music, but it's not like all jazzy stuff now. I do really like the music in Mario Kart 8, but it is sort of like, I don't want to say one note, but needed some more variety.
I don't really remember it.
Gun to my head, I probably couldn't tell you many tracks, but I thought it was good. I jumped over the item boxes. I was trying to be slick. Okay, the wall riding, pretty cool, dude. Oh man. Okay, this game has sauce.
This is the last segment. I'm not going to catch you to be able to use this.
Nope.
Sucks.
Okay, so I'm gonna try, I've had it on this for a bit. Let me try setting it to just full screen the game.
Yeah, then it's just going to have the chatter, like...
Yeah.
Kind of like Discord.
Yeah, I can still see your little thing in game too. It is so choppy, dude. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, it's
sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of. Oh, so yours isn't low frame rate on your own screen, but like.
No, it's low frame rate. Trust me.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, we're testing out the Switch chat thing that looks like Discord.
Are you live?
I'm not live, but somebody else is live.
Will you come here for a second?
Yeah, sure. Hold on.
I did something that's hilarious.
BRB, guys.
Okay.
Like, I'm so proud of myself.
Can jam to the remix. Have you seen this, Claire? Did you know that you could move the car around like this? Just fell off. Can you fast travel to your friends? I'm assuming you can.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay, before we leave here, I'm gonna get a screen cap. Hey, Claire, fast travel up here. Line up. Line up. Maybe not in reverse. Yeah, expertly done. A little bit more, a little bit more. We gotta be asymmetrical or symmetrical. A little more.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where I just stuck it there because, like, it fit on the platform.
Claire, line up with Docs, you line up with us. There we go. Can I hide, like, the UI? I guess I could do photo mode.
I'm the fucking smarts.
Face camera.
Can you get a chance, like, when you take out the brush?
Oh, it doesn't show you guys. I'll just do regular capture then. Can't capture screen now? Nintendo.
Really? Oh.
Probably because of... That's
the only friends.
That's a buzzkill. Let me get a screen cap for OBS then. I appreciate your patience, guys.
I mean, if you put it in camera mode, it'll let you take a picture.
Yeah, but then we couldn't see like the names and stuff.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Alright, I'm done. Not done racing, done with that stuff. First person to fall off of DK Spaceport is a rotten egg. Oh wait. No, I want to go back. I saw a hole, I don't know what's in it. Oh, it just goes back down here. Why'd I stop lighting? What the fuck? Does it let you guys start the game, or is it only me that can do that?
What's the hotkey?
It should say press start on the bottom. It probably won't let you, I'm assuming.
No, it just says wait. Please wait until the rules have been decided.
Okay. Do we want to, what are the other rules? Knockout Tour? That's the Battle Royale one. Do we want to try Knockout Tour?
Yeah, I mean, I'll do a BR.
Did you say Splitgate has a, Splitgate 2 has a BR mode now?
I did see that, yeah.
I'll probably download it tonight, or sometime over the weekend. Oh shit. I gotta think.
I'm just gonna hit random.
You know what? Me too. Fuck it. Player just has to be special. The heart. I don't know what that means, but we're gonna do it. The heart, Osborne, the heart. Might be time for Chill Alex to come out. Forgot that it's a little bit later. I'm excited though, playing this game and playing it with people has me all hyped up.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is actually, I think this is going to be the killer feature for a lot of people. Like, just the game share thing.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot is there what, there's 24 racers in this mode? I think there's 24 in all the race modes, aren't there?
Yeah, there was 24 in the other course, we just couldn't see them. That son of a bitch.
Damn it, was that you hitting me, Dunks?
It was at that last part, yeah.
Dude, the hammer is kind of scary if you're having it thrown at you.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was going to be like.
Oh, dude. This looks fucking sick, man. Nab it? You salty bitch. Give me the Mario Brothers 3 airship music. Please give it to me. I need it. I need it.
Oh, what the fuck?
I got stuck in a fucking wall, man. Oh. I fell off the edge? No! Fucking damn it. I'm so mad that you lose your items when you fall off. Has that always been that way?
I feel like that's the case.
Well, I barely made this one. I was in third, I went down, or I was in first, went down to 10th. How? What the fuck, man? I had got a golden mushroom and I boosted into the side of that cannon and fell down. Oh my god.
Oh, this. Ah, jeez. Over here doing Zangief shit.
I'm coming for you.
God damn it.
I wonder if you can cook the bombs. Like a frag in Call of Duty or something.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll test it next time I get one.
Are we going Spooky Town? Oh, you bitch. Oh, okay. It was,
You see what you started?
Hey, it's not my fault. Smoke him if you got him, man. This is like the worst time I have an itch on the side of my face. Chocolate bar.
I'm gonna start turning your. I'm gonna start. You can't be in bed, but two of you turning the computer on.
Oh, nailed him.
How far ahead are first and second, man? Claire, what sort of black magic are you using to get this far ahead, dude?
The lettuce might get wilty, but you can always just pull it off.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Oh my god, more SNES Mario Kart music? You know how to treat a girl right, man. I'm coming for you, Claire. I'm not gonna stand for this. Eat green shell, bitch. I can't believe I missed the boost. Man, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I went off course. Oh, fuck.
There are no new meadows. I recognize that. I've deemed it impossible. We cannot catch up with Claire.
I'm getting knocked out.
Really?
Maybe. Oh, no. No, just barely. Mercy item.
What'd you get?
Bullet.
Nice. I think Claire's cheating, dude. Or the babies just busted like they were in Double Dash.
I mean, it's possible.
I want to play as a damn baby. I want to play as a cool skeleton dude or like cute Daisy or something, you know?
I wasn't sure if the drivers had any effect anymore.
I assume they do. They always have, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if that went away or like if it was diminished and they were just like weight class.
Yeah.
And it changed the cart availability.
I'm coming for you, Claire.
The fuck away, nabbit. Piece of shit.
I see you now, Claire. That's right. Guess who's... Is this the Mario Kart 8 track? Oh, no shit. Or at least sort of inspired by it. Oh, it gets thin up here, bro. I have a banana. Why did that hit me? What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm gonna crash out, bro. This is the Mario Kart 8 track, I'm pretty sure. Fucking Peach. Wow, I can't, we lost to a fucking CPU again.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, that was really fun. I liked that a lot. I'm number one for Toad won. Why do I have a little crown? Because I'm the number one in our group.
I don't know. I mean, I got a crown too. Oh, you mean on the camera? Yeah.
With the refreshing taste of duck. Ah. Are you mad, Claire? Claire, how are you so far ahead for the majority of that race? That was crazy. Oh, they got the jam on, dude. You don't know? Cheating.
I wonder if these things that I'm finding are going to carry over to my local save. It should, right?
I don't know. I gotta say, a lot of the UI stuff for game chat that I'm seeing, it looks like Discord, man.
I mean, Discord is a pretty good template. If you're gonna take an idea, like that would be the one to take, honestly.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that this Peach's Castle here is like a short little riff on the Mario Kart 8 track, isn't it? Feels like it at least. I kind of want to do another one of those. Y'all down? I know that was a bit longer than the other thing.
I mean, it was about the same time.
Was it?
Yeah.
Let's make it easy comm difficulty so we win.
Yeah.
Make sure Claire's chill with it. I could just start it without him. What's the worst he's gonna do? Get mad? Claire, hello. Are you there? Let me look at the other characters, actually. I like dry bones, but... Oh, I unlocked the coin guy. I guess because I got transformed into him, I unlocked him. Wait, Donkey Kong isn't here by the default? What?
No, you have to unlock him.
Interesting. I'm assuming it's more than 3 pages of, well, like 2 1/4 pages of costumes. Yeah. Oh wait, no, these are just all the characters? No, it's not. Okay, no, some of them are costumes.
Oh, Claire is here. Is there another person in here now too?
Is... oh yeah, Trumbull up. He's a mutual. I'm gonna change my character. That's not who I want to be. Dude, a chill, slow remix of OG Rainbow Road. God, this game is... I hate to be an old, but like, it's really doing me some favors by having the classic remixes. Oh, we gotta unlock Daisy too, I just noticed. Yeah, I'll keep playing Red Bones. It's fine. Is Claire moving around and stuff?
He was talking, or I mean, not talking. He was hitting chats.
Is he? Why is it not showing me chat messages?
No. In Mario Kart, he was hitting chats.
Okay. All right, then I'll start. Knockout Tour 150cc. I kind of want to try easy CPU and see if it just completely invalidates the challenge. Yeah, let's do that. Make it a real race between us.
What did you have it set on before?
Normal.
Just gonna hit random again. I hope it doesn't pick the same thing we did last time.
That's why I'm not picking random. Well, I picked one I didn't know if I wanted. You just get sucked into this game? No, that's fine. I'm getting sucked into it too. Yeah, it's a new one. I'm excited to boot up Breath of the Wild 60 FPS mode, dude. Like, I haven't replayed that game, and if it's like locked and it looks nicer and stuff, it's gonna be pretty good.
Have you seen the footage?
I watched a little bit of it, but seeing it in person is a little different, you know. The scale of this is actually really good. Oh, did you see who helped make this, by the way?
No.
Guess who? It's a dev that's helped Nintendo make God knows how many games at this point.
I don't know.
Monolith Soft.
Really?
Yeah. They're a fucking powerhouse, dude. I need to get on the Xenoblade games. I haven't really sunk my teeth into a JRPG in a while, but I really want to try those. I own the first one, but that's it. I keep hearing how peak they are, and I want to see it for myself.
Yeah, I've wanted to get into them for a while. It's just, you know,
time.
The time aspect.
Meanwhile, I just go sing another 100 hours into Balatro like it's nothing.
Yeah, or the hours upon hours that I'm putting in Fortnite.
Yeah.
There's not. I think the difference is that there's no narrative that I have to keep track of.
Yeah. You like that though? Oh no!
You like that?
Oh, get bent. It's my crown and I need it now.
Did I just steal that off your head?
You motherfucker, you sure did. Get back here.
Nah, up.
Oh, it's whoever's in first.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense. Dude, I've seen clips of the Sonic racing game, and man, I feel bad for Sega right now, man. This game is gonna mog them so hard.
I think it's still gonna be like a solid game.
Yeah, I mean, I liked Sonic Racing Transformed. I haven't played any since then, but some of the animations don't look great, like the flipping and stuff. It's kind of bad.
What, in Sonic?
In the newest one, yeah, it looks very like just basic. don't know when it comes out, so maybe it'll get fixed up. No, you think I only have one red shell? Yeah, it seems like wall riding is going to be a bit of a meta too.
Yeah, I think it's gonna after playing this, it's gonna be hard to go back to another Mario Kart.
Yeah. Like the immediate pickup and playability of 8 will still trump this. Like it feels like there's a bit more of a learning curve to how to optimally play this one, but as far as like just the options. Oh, that was really clear. You can grind on that. You can grind on this?
The whole sequence that just occurred there was very rude.
They really do just be like that sometimes, man. There you go, Tremble Up. You have that. Fair. That's... Where'd y'all go? Oh, fuck.
Really? Red shell?
You can throw shells at the grind rails, dude? Oh my god, man.
Yeah, one got me while I was grinding.
The biggest grind ever, oh my god, dude. What the fuck? No, the blue shell. It ruined it. Okay, we're good. We're back. We're so back. Oh my god, dude. Like, this is just sick, man. Get out of the way, Claire. I don't know if it's
oh god
smart to grind the whole way over, but I'm gonna do it, man.
Oh, I definitely just fell off of that grind rail like an idiot. Oh shit, am I gonna get knocked out?
Yeah, maybe. You could just not.
I mean, that's what you get for fucking around, I guess.
Where the fuck is the next leg?
What's this? Oh, well, I couldn't figure out what was in the question mark thing because I just bullet billed it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I came across one of the trucks that had a question mark in the back.
I think you just ride that and it gives you like a big boost.
Okay.
Maybe? Unless I'm thinking of a different clip.
Oh, god damn it.
How are we going to the question mark temple? Excuse me? Trundle? How dare you?
There's a red shell riding up that water spout.
That's cool.
And it nailed Claire.
Oh no, did you fall all the way down, I wonder?
No.
Oh, okay.
It just nailed him like right before he hit the...
Another red shell. Go away, man. Go away, man. What the fuck? I want to win this.
Can you do skips? No, well, let me do that.
Every red shell. I needed that to win, not to protect myself. How many red shells are you cunts gonna get, dude? I can't get speed on this slope because I stopped midway. Oh my god, I'm gonna crash it. I'm gonna crash it. Ah, I could have gotten first. I could have gotten first.
Oh yeah, I wasn't getting first.
Chi-Chi's.
I might fall out of the damn sky right here. Oh, no, we're good. It carried me through.
GG's. Hey, we're all on the first four. No CPUs trumping us here. Okay, well, I think we'll do one more, just like regular, like Grand Prix. And then we'll maybe be done with Mario Kart. Maybe we'll go with free roam for a bit. Just kind of drive around here for a second. We were here earlier, but we weren't here during the day. Drive through the gold blocks. Nice. Oh, hold on. We must be able to get... Well, I guess I'm the host, so I would be able to do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I drove through one of those gold blocks earlier, and it gave me something, so...
I just hit it, but I don't know what it gave me. I'm a little nervous.
I just got a sticker for gliding 9 kilometers.
I think I got that one. I just wasn't paying attention to it. I'm sure there's going to be one for, like, drifting 100 kilometers or something crazy like that. I'm going to just drive off the edge. It does let you go all the way down. I don't get the glider. It would have been nice. Yeah, I just fell all the way down to the bottom. Okay. I guess it would have to let you do that in free roam, right? Okay. I don't know about coin runners or balloon battle. I don't think I want to mess with that right now.
Deathmatch?
No, we want comms, not no comm. We'll do easy comm on this. Alright. Last verses. I think we've done the other two now. Maybe not Peach Beach? I like this one. Or I want to see this one more. Alright. Oh, we get another connected race. Nice. Oh, fuck.
Oh, okay, that was crazy.
Yeah, man. Without my tail over his spiky bread. Is that you, Ducks?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Cactus main.
Pokey is his name, I think. You motherfucker. Ow. Oh my god, I had everyone get ahead of me there just now. Jesus. Hi, Claire. Mega Mush is pretty good, man.
The hell is this? Oh, okay, it's just a coconut.
Oh, this is just chaos, man, with 24 people. Can you do 24 players in an online race, I wonder?
Probably.
They would have to, right?
I mean, the game already supports it, so I don't see why not.
Did we do Peach Beach earlier? I don't think we did. It was looking familiar for a second.
I'm definitely losing this race. Sorry to whoever is in first place.
That would be Claire. Hi, Claire. I made a rookie mistake. I used my banana peel in first place. Okay, I got a shot. I'm good. It does feel a little too short with just 3 races on. That was really quick. Almost too quick.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Like, short enough I could do one more. If you guys want to. I could just keep, like, just loading into the next one and not give you guys a chance to respond. How's that sound? Oh, wait, that was just the first race.
Yeah, that was just the first life.
Oh my god, I'm stupid, man. Those, strike battle, whatever the fuck it's called. You got me messed up.
Well, I'm picking Ghost.
Fuck yes.
Picking Ghost ship.
Yeah, go. Everyone pick that. Okay, who picked Salty Spittoon? Who's the motherfucker that picked Salty Speedway? Okay. Thank God. I mean, I was gonna have to ban someone. Dude, I wonder how you get to Rainbow Road in this, man. How sicko mode is Rainbow Road? Dude, what is this track, dude? It's going hard as hell.
Man, that's absolutely chaotic.
Rainbow Road is the place to go when you die? I didn't realize that Mario Kart World was one of those games. Dude, this is... Oh my god, dude, look at this shit. Oh, this is sick. Oh, I know. I should have played along. My bad, Sapphire. Oh no, who threw that shit?
Not me. Thank God they did, though.
This doesn't feel like a spooky shipyard kind of music track.
No.
I don't think I can catch back up, man. This is depressing. 7th place in the last leg.
No, you'll be alright. Standard Mario Kart rubber banding items.
Says the guy in first place.
I'm in second, thank you.
Oh. Well, you were in first, Mullets.
And I drifted in the wrong direction.
I tremble up. I tremble up. That really didn't sound like a thematic fit for that track.
No, I thought it was going to be spookier.
Maybe they just play randomly in this mode, but in story mode it's different. Dude, imagine a full lobby and just a row of face cam or a column of face cams all the way down.
I think it'd be cool. Well, I mean, I wonder if it's like how many people it supports in a chat.
I don't know.
Who has 24 friends?
I didn't think about that part. I think it might be like just 4 to a chat. I'm gonna go DK Pass. It's got a cool Shy Guy snowboarding.
Yeah, you know, it'll be interesting to test that out or see that. I mean, I'm sure someone has tested it out already, but
Yeah.
I want to see it in practice. And then honestly, the screen being letterbox like this isn't terrible.
Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, I just clicked in the sticks for the first time. That clicking feels so much better than the old one. Weird thing to point out, but you notice it. Didn't we just hear this?
Are we exiting? Is that?
Yeah.
No, I just stole somebody's mushrooms, like hella mushrooms.
Anglerfish? I think I've seen anglerfish in any Mario before.
God, what is going on?
How the fuck is the dolphin driving?
Have you seen the picture of the dolphin on the dolphin?
He's riding the dolphin right now in this game. Sorry, Docs, I had to do it.
I didn't see him.
I think he's definitely not in first place, because that's where I am.
It's honestly kind of hard to track, like, what is even going on. Oh yeah, he is on the dolphin. That is... Nintendo sure does have a sense of humor. God damn it.
Damn it. I missed the sick trick ramp thing, damn it. The characters do feel a lot more expressive in this. I like that a lot. I mean, the game in general feels more expressive.
Why would it let me jump off the grind rail, off the course?
Because it hates you.
Somebody's about to eat that blue shell.
I wonder if you can cheese the blue shell like an 8. You know, boost off the course.
I think you can. I want to learn the timing for the dodge.
Oh yeah, you can just boost out of it, can't you, if you do it right?
I think there is a way for you to dodge it, yeah.
Oh, I bet Claire is still mad right now, dude. I just stole that from him. Man, the time's kind of melted away once we booted this up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, what time is it now? Yeah, it's midnight? Yep.
No, it's it's 1 a.m. for you.
No, it's still midnight. I'm in the... I think we're in the same time zone.
You're in Central?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah! I win again, bitch. That's what
I hope somebody's clipping that. I hope somebody's clipping that.
Type an exclamation point clip, brother. I need a better way to communicate the fact that I have a bunch of new shit besides just making a wall of text from a command, and I don't know how to do that.
Can you pin?
Oh yeah, that's right. But it would be just a huge message at that point.
I mean, that's... timed messages.
Got some sunshine music. You know, I said that was gonna be my last one, but like, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna give you guys a chance to respond. You guys have time.
This is for real gonna be my last one, but no.
Okay.
Yeah. So all the people that are like, "Oh, this is just Mario Kart 8," I feel like
they're on some really good drugs, brother.
I feel like everybody's spoiled. I think that's really what it is.
Yeah.
I will agree that the Switch 2 is an incremental, like an important but very incremental upgrade, like hardware-wise. Mm-hmm. But this game is the similarities with Mario Kart 8 end at the Kart and the Mario characters.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm excited to get out there and do some free roam. I'll probably do a little bit of that for you on the stream.
I don't really like the presentation for the open world thing because it's not integrated into the races. Mm. Like it's just its own thing. So
it's their first time trying something like that. So I'm willing to cut them a bit of slack. Hi, Claire. Hi, Claire. You want a banana? Oh, motherfucker.
Man, can you guys stop getting shot?
That's not me. Let's stop getting shot. I think you meant shooting.
I might pick the Xenoblade games up if they get Switch 2 upgrades.
Yeah, same. Ideally, they just release like an all-together pack. I realize it'd probably be like $120, but I would probably pick it up for that. I don't know. Well, I only need 2 and 3 of this one, so.
I need to, I think I'm going to restart Bayonetta 3. I got about 2/3 of the way through it, and I was like, man, I can't deal with this frame rate.
It's not great. I have 2 items.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was hoping the screen wasn't gonna get all fucked up touching those things.
Oh, do you get dizzy if you touch fuzzy?
No, you don't. Thank God.
Well, have fun with that, Trumble Up. Oh, it was clear because he was in second place. Oh no. Oof. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Are you mad, bro? Oh, man.
See, that's what the camera would be great for. I would have loved to have seen his reaction to that happening.
I want Street Fighter with game chat, and then face is imposed over the face of the character that you're playing as, and you gotta do Starview Peak. That shit looks fucking epic, bro. Right?
Yeah, I'm picking it. I would actually be okay with the character faces in, like, the life bar area, too. It would be hilarious to, like, paste it over the character faces, but, like, I think, realistically,
Yeah.
just having it in the HUD would be good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I hope developers come up with like interesting ways to integrate the chat feature.
Let's see. Luigi, how fucking dare you? Trumble Up, how fucking dare you?
Oh man. Come on. Luigi over here in his cultural appropriation costume. Get out of here. That shit.
Fine. Probably. Oh, this is pretty. Are you gonna give me some Gusty Garden Galaxy remix? Alright. Bet. Dude, just like the big wide shots as you hit a jump or like reach a new part of the course is just really good, man. They fucking cooked with this one. I've noticed there's like incremental sounds when you're doing the tricks. I wonder if there's like a max number of tricks, like you get, say, a maximum number of jumps and you can get a 1-up in the Mario games. I wonder if there's something similar for that. Like a big boy boost if you get so many.
I think you boost more if you get more tricks. The cool blue shell like collateral damage.
Okay, so I fell off the course. I don't know if it really is faster. Probably not, if I had to guess.
I mean, it's got to be something, because if it didn't reset you, then it's not detrimental, I guess? Okay, cool, I did a snow patch. I'm really fucking up.
Dude, this looks fucking gorgeous. Like, this is on my shitty 2015 1080p monitor. I can't imagine what this looks like on a 4K.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just playing this in 1080p, and it looks great, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just, I feel like tech reviewers are just fucking spoiled. Like,
yeah,
the Switch, as good as it was, like, content-wise, you know, Mario Kart 8 was a fucking Wii U game.
Yeah.
Which was literally just 3 GameCubes taped together. Right. So, like... This isn't an entirely different experience in game.
Yeah. Like, it may not be current modern tech, but it is a huge enough jump to make a good difference. So I found the coins. Let me get the coins for the next race. Yes. Wonder if there's like a shop or something. You gotta go Boo Cinema. This better have some fucking spooky ass music. I'm gonna be mad. Who picked random and who picked Dino Jungle? We already did Dino Jungle.
I pick random.
Okay, that's okay. We got the one I wanted, so I won't be mad. All new courses. It's gotta be all new. The rolling start's kind of weird to get used to, though, I will say.
Yeah, I have fucked up almost every single one of my boosts. Luigi, get out of here with that insensitive outfit.
It's fine, as long as he doesn't start talking in a accent like that dude from Diddy Kong Racing. I mean, I guess, what does it mean if I say if it's fine, right? I'm not saying like it's okay, he's excused, more like just... It's probably okay.
You know what? You're live. I can't say the things that I want to say, so we're just gonna leave it at that.
Oh no. You gonna say shut up, you honky, you don't have any place to talk about this stuff?
No, I was gonna say if you're not offended by it, then we're fine.
Oh yeah, I'm not offended by it. I don't want to be like, oh, you can't say anything these days. But there are some times where I'm thinking like, I think we might want to like calm down a little bit, just a little bit. I don't know.
Oh god, I'm in swamp.
Oh, this is like a bayou sort of like place. And we got spooky music, like it should have been in the Wario shipyard. Oh, this is sick, dude. That's so cool, dude. What the fuck? Oh, this is...
Are we going into that?
This is
this is dope.
Tremble up, get the fuck back here, dude.
Yeah, these people are fucking out of their minds.
Are people complaining about this game online or something?
I mean, it comes across my feed where people are like, yeah, it's just Mario Kart 8. I'm like, what Mario Kart 8 were you fucking playing, dude? It's like...
Yeah, I don't know. I was robbed. Wait, were you right behind me there? Or Claire was right behind me? Holy shit. I barely got second. Ah, by 3 points, huh? Alright, Trumble up. I bet you've been playing this since yesterday, huh? You think you're special? Think you're special. That's okay, GG. Oh, you can rotate the crown, I just noticed. You get
oh, hey, how about that?
a little HD rumble from that. That map was amazing, dude. That was like all of them are good. Some of them, most of them are really good. That was amazing. Like I'm just gonna turn back around and go inside. Honestly, I want to see it again.
You know, I wonder how the microphone sounds if you have this thing sitting in an entertainment center. Like, if you're 10 feet away from it.
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, that transition is sick, man. Pause. Stop.
Yeah, this is good, man. This is so good.
Hold on, I think I saw a shortcut. I saw a coin like in a break on the spinning thing here. I bet you, if anything, there's a pipe here. Oh, I found a secret. I think. Damn it, I fell off.
Oh, I see a coin. How do I get up there to grind that? Okay. Okay.
Where was the coin in... Maybe I saw something else. Like, you could probably spend a good bit of time just free roaming with your bros, with your buds, and like, just trying to find stuff. And,
oh, there's a pipe back here. Where does this go? Okay, that resets you up. Alright.
Is that a peach medallion? What the fuck is a peach medallion? It gave me a
I found one of those earlier.
It gave me a Donkey Kong hammer?
Oh, sorry. Let's see.
Is there other stuff inside of the theater proper? There's an underside thing. The pipes being there to either turn you around or spit you out somewhere else is a nice touch.
Did you take the pipe off to the left?
Inside of the movie?
Yeah.
I did not. Hang on.
Okay, yeah, so this gives me yeah, so this lets me grind up here so I can get the peach coin.
Oh, are you talking about the pipe around the circular thing right as you come in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that one.
It lets me get up there if I don't fall down like an idiot.
It's a little tricky. Hey, so bad welcome in, man. How's there a talking head on screen? Technically, you have 2 talking heads on screen. And when
Many, yeah.
Yeah. And in a race, you can see mine, because we're testing out the game chat in Switch, and it's a little low-tech, but it's pretty solid. Like, as a real easy thing to set up when you get the console up. Like, not everyone's going to have a, Discord, and a capture card, and a PC, and all that shit, so I think Nintendo maybe was cooking with that a little bit. I don't need it, but like it works well.
No, I mean I think this is really going to be the killer feature, honestly.
Let's see.
Just being like normal people being able to share gameplay footage like with their friends.
Absolutely.
I say normal people. The general populace.
Yeah.
Your casual gamers.
Yeah. Is there anything else on the outskirts? Is this the Elden Ring of Mario Kart games? I want to look at the map. Can I look at the map? Oh yeah, there's me again. So bad. Hello. Foxizilla's little head of a human face is built right in. Yeah, this is all let me just do this.
No, yeah, show the panel off.
So this is just the full screen option. Oop, wrong button. You can do this. You can do an expanded main screen, which makes this a little small. It's kind of like if you make, if you're on a Discord video call and you have the smaller option. That's what this is, but there's also...
I activated a question mark panel.
This is what it defaults to. Like, okay, after playing full screen, I don't think I would want this for a significant length of time. Like, it's probably better on a 4K TV, I'm just not realizing. Like, on a 1080p screen, it's not as good.
I mean, honestly, it's not bad.
But yeah, it's still playable. It's just not preferred. That's genius. Dude, wait until you see some of these courses. You know, the time that we've been fucking around on this one area, we could have done like another 3 races. I'm just saying.
We could have for sure. Yeah.
Are you gonna bounce? You still dealing?
I am.
Okay.
I was just exploring because there was like bullshit in there.
Yeah. Bring back screen peeking. I don't know if it would help in this. I mean,
not at 10 FPS.
No, God, yeah. It's definitely not. Again, it's not great, but it's fun. And I mean, they do fun, right? For all their faults, they have good ideas and can shit on the implementation of it all you want. But and you don't need a special webcam. I just have a C920 plugged into my Switch, so I think it uses any USB webcam. It's not just hot garbage. Oh
yeah, it'll use any USB webcam. Someone actually plugged in like a capture card that's UVC, and then plugged in like another game console. Because the frame rate of the camera is a lot better than the game share portion. So
yeah, I'm gonna play some F-Zero GX while you guys play the new game. What's that feature called so I can Google it? Game chat is what it's called, right?
Yeah, and like the game chat portion of the... Oh, there was a coin up there. How do I get to that coin? Yeah, the free roam is a little bit too free roam. Like, if there was a little bit more structure to it, like some kind of mission set thing, I think I would like it more. I don't think it's bad. I mean, it's actually really cool that it's just running without a hitch at all.
Yeah. So this game is actually a little too loud. Throw that a little bit. Give me just like a time attack race. We'll go Mute City. Dude, being able to play F-Zero GX on a modern console and just have it look nice and not have to fuck with a bunch of stuff, that's the real selling point of the Switch 2. That's all I'm saying. It's one of the smartest things you've ever seen, dude. Yeah, it's great. And I mean, it's free to use for anyone. You don't need a sub for the first, well, not first year. It's like till March 31st of next year. So they could just be, you know, getting data and figuring out ways to make it better. I mean, I feel like there's enough horsepower to make it a little better. Problem?
Honestly, I don't think it needs to be better. I think it's fine the way it is. The game frame rate is a little low, but I think
it doesn't need to be super fast.
Yeah, it's just meant to like kind of show stuff off. Be like, oh hey, like look at where the look at what area I'm in or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if it globally disables the capture, like or if it's done on like a per game basis. Like, can you capture right now? Do you know?
Capture what?
If you hold down the capture button, like, can you take a screenshot right now?
That does nothing. Oh, you mean the other button? Maybe it was just a Mario Kart that we couldn't do it? Oh yeah, I was able to get a screen cap. I don't know if it's gonna do... Well, I could just check, I guess.
Oh, I mean, if it let you do it, then it's that the lockout is on a per... Yeah, it's a per game thing, so...
Yeah. It's just the game, though. It doesn't show you, like, you and everything else, like the menu and whatnot. What about the
That's
video?
good. I mean, that is actually cool that it's set up that way.
Yeah.
Safety feature. Alright, I have to get out of here.
Otherwise, you're just gonna keep playing.
I am, yeah.
What the fuck is the boost button on F-Zero? Oh, here we go. It's L. Wait, no, that didn't boost. Why is it not boosting?
It's Y.
That's not working. This is just the color and the acceleration. I want to look at controls. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the Y
Oh,
button.
here we go. I could just look at the controls. Might be a nice idea. Y while holding A, use booster. Oh, like, but A is across from Y. That's yucky. I mean, you're never. I'm never gonna fucking break in F-Zero. So like, who needs that?
All right, I'm dropping out. This is actually really cool.
Yeah, thanks for helping test it out. It was a lot
same,
of fun.
Same for sure. Yeah.
Maybe we'll use some tomorrow.
Yep. All right. I will catch you later.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Later.
All right, so that shit was really good. Okay, we don't really need to play F-Zero GX right now. I'm going to do like one solo race in World, because I literally jumped right into multiplayer with both feet. Yeah, that was super fun. Claire, thanks for playing. Hope you have some good meds, man. I'm sorry your face hurts. And get full screen, full audio for this. Yeah, GG's, docs. Look to 500 coins and unlock the new vehicle. Oh, so it's automatic unlocks. Okay, I got 500 coins on all that. It's crazy. My stickers. Holy shit. I unlocked a lot. I do like that hammer quite a bit. Moo milk. That's pretty good. Oh, that Bullet Bill's cool too. We're gonna go Moon Milk. Why are there characters on the map like this? That is just fucking massive, man. Let's do a Grand Prix. Do we not unlock any new characters? I guess you gotta unlock them in free roam, huh? Probably. Hold on, who's on the map? We don't have Donkey Kong. I don't think we... No, yeah, we have Luigi and Waluigi, so that's not what this is. What are they on the map for, then? Actually, I don't think I see Donkey Kong. Hey, he's not on here. I guess you unlock them a different way. Alright, let's do a Grand Prix, and then probably end stream. We've been going for a little bit. We got a bunch of new carts, sick. Oh, that's pretty nice, like a classic rally car almost. Or sort of, man. Ooh, classic cart. I might have to go with that one, I like it. The most broken cart in Mario Kart 8. Get that in the Azure rollers and you're good to go. Okay, so we've done, I think 3 of the courses on that one, but DK Spaceport is really cool. I kind of want to do one that I haven't done. Or do I just be boring and do them in order? Where the fuck is Rainbow Road, man? Dry Bones Burnout, holy. Yeah, we'll do Mushroom Cut. No, not 50cc, not okay. I wonder if they let you get the progress for the smaller ones if you do 150 first. I don't think they will, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if you were leaving docs, like going to bed, but have a good night, man. Thanks again for hanging out. You get to fly by for all the courses. Okay, cool flyby. I guess he might be able to do it earlier. DK had a big boost there. Waiting for someone to get a rich or a blue shell. Feels like grinding is probably faster. Oh, that's rude as hell. I'm so glad you don't have to hold down the item button to drag, thank God. How did they get ahead of me, man? What the fuck? Maybe Drivebones just doesn't have as high of a top speed, maybe? I don't know. Oh, man. So it actually changes based on who's in first place. I know in 8, you could have someone steal first from you, and then you go to second, but you still get hit by the blue shell. So, really glad that doesn't happen on this. Is the game like just as loud as me, if not too loud? It kind of looks like it's too loud compared. Mario, you thief! You fucking thief! Oh, I'm really happy that Goomba Squad saved me at the end, man. That was a little too close for comfort. Touch quiet. Okay, we're gonna turn the game down a little bit. It should have like a ducking. I get. Is it not ducking? It doesn't look like it's ducking. Why is it not ducking? What the fuck? What the fucking? I guess it doesn't. It's not there for some reason. It should be there. Oh, because it's on the, only on my desktop. I'm gonna just copy it and paste it over under the oh, because it's a new fucking source. That's why. I'm an idiot. Oh man, I'm gonna go back and watch this VOD, and it's gonna just be completely all fucky-wucky. Damn it. Ah, well, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. How you doing today, Soap? I didn't really get a chance to, like, properly greet you and stuff. We were having fun with the multiplayer shenanigans. I should be not as quiet this time. Hopefully I'm not drowning the game out now, but I suppose we'll see. Kind of looks like I'm drowning out the game, though. We'll crank the volume on and back up just to compensate. That should probably be a good balance. this another remix for Gusty Garden? Nope, it's Gusty Garden. It's a sick remix. How am I doing? You're good. Get pizza, played some pickleball. Finishing a dead build for Claire to try. Oh, sick. For a la carte? Or is it a la carte? I forgot the name. It's a la carte, right? You know, play on words, deck builder. I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm really happy to have this, especially considering for a little bit yesterday I was looking like I wasn't going to get this until June 21st. So, really happy that didn't happen. I mean, it would have been fine. Like, I got plenty of other stuff to play and do, but, you know. When you pre-order with the expectation that it's launch day delivery, you kind of hope it's at least launch window. A la carte, okay. Anything that changed much from the demo to current build? If you are at liberty to talk, if not, I don't want to put you on the spot. So we just bounced on the pole and did some tricks on it, man. In the month of, during Pride Month, Nintendo? Plus the onboarding is hugely improved. Okay. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to, like, I'm bad at conveying myself sometimes. But I really wasn't sure if I was just like a complete moron playing the demo, but I had no idea what I was doing. I have to say. Get fucked, Donkey Kong. I'm locked into that rail, dude. Clean. Tool tips for everything and better clarity for mechanics. Onboarding was awful, just ran out of time for it. Ran out of time for it for... Oh, was it for like a Next Fest thing that had a deadline on? I'm just not realizing on most of the courses for this, the chat is very hard to see and read. Probably need a solid background on that bad boy. Next Fest? Ah, okay. Oh, you can hold it the second 2 comes up and get a bigger boost. We got the triple burger, let's go. And do I get food that gives me new clothes? I thought that was a thing in this. Fuck you, Yoshi, bitch. No. I didn't have a boomerang. Where did that come from? We're wrecking people with that, dude. Holy. I'm getting wrecked here, man. Holy. Stole my last shell, you prick. I gotta play this on our big TV. I just need to see how it looks. Fuck around there. I'm glad that you got things sorted out and that it's really working out better. You sure you want to send the build to that Claire guy? You think he'll be able to figure things out? I'm just kidding. What the fuck? What the fuck? That got... What? I got so robbed, dude. Did you see that shit? Did you fucking see that bullshit? It's fine. I don't care. I actually don't care about winning. I mean, we'll still win. But I think, at least in 8, you did need to get, like, first in all the races to get, like, maximum points or whatever. There was gold trophy, but then, like, a certain amount of stars. It's just right for playing Mario Kart? I know. Silly me, I'm not playing Diddy Kong Racing. Did Donkey Kong just dab when he got his boost? Did y'all see that? Oh my god. Fuck you, Mario. Cock. The drifting feels so different, man. Feels like it's a lot harder to spam, so I'm thankful for that. Oh, we're gonna get nighttime Donkey Kong. Did not realize I was that far back. That's kind of embarrassing. That far back with no coins? Crazy, man. This doesn't feel like 150cc. I feel like too slow. Oh, thank God that bottom layer was there to save me. Keep falling back, man. Is just exclamation point alert. We do have alert command now. I know that's sort of like 2015, 2016 era streaming stuff, but it's there if you want it. Everyone gets boomerang, bitch. Wow, that green shell snipe. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I'm getting wrecked, bro. I got 2 more legs. That's okay. I can make it up. Come on, really? I wonder if the megaphone will break a barrel. I don't think we need it though. Clean, dude. Let's go. You like that? Enjoy the alert clear. Thanks for hanging out, man. Oh man, it's such a good course, dude. This game's awesome. I want to unlock costumes and stuff. You have to go into free roam for that? That was the last race, right? I think. Or is it just coins that unlock characters and stuff? I'm warming up more to DK's new design. I mean, I didn't hate it when I first saw it. I was just like, wait a second. It's not what I'm used to. I don't see stars on here, so maybe you just have to get first overall, but the points tell me otherwise. I'm not entirely sure. Why am I getting multiple requests? I don't know who you people are. Weems, what up, dude? Sorry you got ads. I'm sorry, man. I haven't run an ad break in a while. I probably should do that, like, on occasion to help get rid of pre-rolls. I guess I forget. But yeah, what up, dude? How's it going? We're over here, Kart. Donkey Kong! We got fucking Donkey Kong! I gotta be quiet because Tori's upstairs sleeping. I don't want to disturb her any more than I might already be. Oh man, this is so good. Got a new vehicle, Pog. Oh, you take right over. Drive across traffic. You know, Jimmy Neutron. Oh, that map is like a little bird's eye map. You see that? That's sick. Hey, how's it going, man? Happy Friday. You're doing good. I kind of want to play as Donkey Kong now that we got him. I never really mess with the heavies that much, though. Fuck it. He did dab. We gotta put him in the ridiculously small cart. You know, it makes sense. Why is he dabbing? Oh, he's heavy. He's fucking heavy. Excuse me. How long will you hold this face for? Oh. Look at that face, man. Let's get a successful boost off of that. Oh wait, let's get this food. Look at this snack, man. Oh wait. Oh, you get food in... Oh, that's what it was. If you're in free roam and you get a meal in that area, there's an outfit for each area, I think, or most of them. Oh, they emote when you honk your horn. Oh shit. Oh really? What's DK's Uber? When you say Uber, what do you mean? Flexing, not dabbing? Y'all just think that's so you feel better? Have I played SSX? Dude, how did I not recognize that? My brain went to like Uber, like the car, the car service. No, yeah, I played SSX Tricky. I keep meaning to get a copy of that at some point, and like, damn, they're dropping items, huh? I keep meaning to get a copy of that to have. I've got SSX 3, which does work on the Series X with backwards compatibility. I should play that sometime. Yeah, I don't have Tricky yet. I rented it several times. Love it. I like Tricky a little bit more than 3, but they're both really good. Oh, you see the coins there. Oh, there's a P-switch there. Chill Yoshi's Island remix. Or no, Yoshi's Story. I had it right the first time. great fucking soundtrack in SSX Tricky, of course. I already forgot. There's the P-switch. Oh, they really highlight that. So this is the main rub of free roam. You get P-switch challenges. You gotta get up to it first. So you activate this and you have a little mini challenge. Drop in on the racers atop the rocks. How the fuck do I get up there? Oh, we have like a little mini track. Okay. Like not a full-fledged race, but like a little mini race? Fuck you, Peach. This feels like 50cc, I do have to say. Can I get past these guys? Yeah, this is definitely 50cc, man. We're good, we got it. Am I lapping people yet? Oh, these idiots didn't even know about the super duper shortcut. Nerds. It's so slow. Maybe you unlock speed upgrades and stuff as you go. Oh, I want to get up there. What the fuck? Coins. Oh no, I keep falling down. We're just tumbling. Can I get up to the coin? Here we go. Maybe, no, wait, this is where we just were. Oh, I know what we need to do. Pause. It's a little hard to angle, though. Oh, I needed like a level 3 jump, man. Yeah, if you hold down the drift button while you're driving straight, you can actually jump. We gotta go like all the way back here, huh? Damn it. This is kind of hard. Maybe it's because he's so heavy? Should go with the light character for this. Oh, hello. Oh. No, I'm going too fast. Fuck. I cannot get up here. Fuck it. Let's go somewhere else. I think it's just because Donkey Kong's so heavy. Oh, another P-switch. I was really hoping for like Forza Horizon levels of open world racing stuff, which just probably would have been crazy to expect on their first try. Low battery. 2 words to make him instantly soft. Nope, another one. I wonder if they'll just keep chaining me to these. Probably a little bit within each of the regions. Blue coins and dodge the Goombas. Yeah, we dodge these guys as a big fella. Can we not get hit like at all? Hell yeah, dude. Are we just gonna get stickers for these? It's not like other rewards. Okay, so you can redo it. They're just grayed out. Oh, hold on. What's that Yoshi doing? You just chilling? Oh, he's just chilling. It's a big fucking Yoshi. Oh, there's a level 3 jump? Level 4? Let's see another P-switch. I would like to get up here, please. Thank you. Oh, man. Maybe go around? Oh, no, not at all. There's a campaign overworld system for the massively superior CTR. No, this is purely just free roam. It's not guided in any way as far as I understand it. How do I get to the map? Is there not a map? Oh, there's a rerun. There we go. Yeah, as far as I know, it's just purely you driven. Like, you get out there and explore. I mean, I think it's fine. It seemed like for a couple P-switches, it was sort of taking us on a kind of a path, maybe. And there's like this little, not this little, but there's like a battle royale-esque mode with 24 racers to a challenge. We did 2 of those, and that was a ton of fun. It chains together pretty seamlessly, and like all of the choruses have been bangers so far. Like really good. I'm gonna fail. I failed. Let's retry. Yeah, it's just. Oh no, you are racing in the world as you. Well, I guess you're not gonna phrase this. If you do a Grand Prix, there are legs between each of the courses, and I think that counts technically as the first lap. I might do one more before we end, but I'm just chilling with the exploration here. And they've had immensely good fan service with lots of remixes on older tracks, and not just from Mario Kart. I don't think I've recognized any other tracks that outside of the Kart series besides Gusty Garden Galaxy from Galaxy 1, I think. Fake fan, I know. It's gonna be close, man. Ooh. Can you play Switch 1 games on Switch 2? Yes. I specifically, as part of the, I was gonna buy it today, but I got the expansion pass, expansion pack sub, sorry. And one of the benefits of that, you get upgrades for the Switch Zelda games. So hey, it runs at a decent fucking frame rate for once. I kind of want to boot that up before we go, but like I probably should stop. It's getting late.
The Wild and The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah. Honestly, like, fuck it. Let's throw it in, right? Oh, that switch is. Take it out of this. I'm curious how, like, just how warm it is. I wouldn't say it's like dangerously warm, but it is quite warm. Probably warmer than the Switch over heavy load. ETR Nitro Fueled has less egregious load times. Switch 1, they were indefensible. I've heard it varies from game to game. Like, it's not immediately an upgrade for everything. I'm not sure if I'm ready for like a full replay of these, but I've been wanting to. Definitely not Tears of the Kingdom. I like that nowhere near as much as Breath of the Wild. Just too much bloat. But yeah, this is really nice for that. Appreciating this character I'm playing, all I talk about is CTR. No, I mean, if it's something you like a lot and you're passionate about, I'm not going to shit on that. I'm over here slobbing Mario Kart World Snob. I was slobbing Welcome Tours Knob earlier, which, you know, you being in the game dev or just in general, you might get a kick out of that. It's really cool. Alright, switch to edition. I'm ready to shit my pants. Shit and cum at the same time. Oh god, I'm shumming everywhere. No. Oh, also, let's see how the load times look. And I can continue my original save, which I don't remember. I don't know if I was doing master mode. It is master mode. I don't want to restart. It's probably fine. I can always go back and restart if need be. Oh my god, look at that bar fucking fill up, dude. Holy. That was fast as hell, dude. Oh my god. This is fucking surreal, man. This feels weird. Playing normal mode? Normal, like not hard as hell mode. Master mode was a DLC that came out. You know what? We're gonna restart from the beginning. Well, this was made specifically by Nintendo. Some games, they get like just a straight boost by just being put on the system. Others have not. I've heard it varies. I think there's a list. You can look it up. And I'm sure someone's already made a comparison for it. Probably. Yeah, I'm going to try normal mode here. I don't know if I have a normal mode save. I do. 2021. That was a while ago. Rob your local liquor store for Switch 2 money. Just to play CTR, Matt. Do you have a PC? Do you not have phones? Do you guys not have phones? Do you not have PCs? Fuck it. Let's just start a new game, man. Like, can you skip cutscenes? I don't remember. Probably not. I think it's pretty quick to start, though, if I remember right. I'm really excited to play a lot more of Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. As far as I heard, that's a locked 60 now. I put a good little bit of time into it on the original Switch, but having it perform way better is going to help sink even more time into it. I like the load times too. Might be an underappreciated facet of just how big an upgrade this is.
Open your eyes.
One guy did a speed run of CTR during the loading screens of CTR. Like classic CTR, you mean? God, this is so wild seeing a first-party Nintendo game run like this. The entire game? How? Like, I never played any of them, so I don't know the format, but... Is it just, like, several minutes of loading? Oh, only during the load screen, so it'd be like a segmented speedrun, sounds like. I really wish for the Switch 2 version they gave me the option to skip. Oh, shit. Hell yeah, dude. I don't know what I pressed to bring that up. Oh my god, that's so weird. Oh, but if you just had user, you would have seen this. Man, shut the fuck up, straw man. Nobody gives a shit. What did I bring up to pressing every button? It's not. I guess this is a tutorial, so it's not gonna let you skip that part, just cutscenes. Is it like Sonic 06 on PS3 levels of bad? It's gonna be funny just how many people get sold on the Switch 2 by just because of the fact that Switch 1 I'm sorry y'all, I'm real tired. So I'm just tripping over every third word. It's gonna be real funny how many people buy the Switch 2 just because of how much better it runs Switch 1 games. I'm telling you. Any game has worse load screens pound for pound than CTR Nitro Fueled. I'd be really curious to see that, man. You know how to open inventory. Hey Sparrow, how's it going, dude? Don't listen, straw man, you care? Again, I want to stress immensely that I am for emulation. I don't like what Nintendo did with Emi Paradise and Yuzu and all that other shit.
That will show you the way.
But it's just the people that's like, oh, why don't you just get a Raspberry Pi or a Retro Pi or whatever? You know? That kind of energy. Vaguely conscious, very unwell, glad for the stream. Oh, well, I hope you feel better, Sparrow. That's, sorry to hear that you're feeling unwell. Here for the tail end of it. We're just sort of chilling, trying random shit. We played a couple hours of Mario Kart World. Really, really good. Really good. I need to watch this whole thing, obviously, but here's a video. I'm gonna just click that before I forget to, or if chat makes it get lost.
You are the light.
Thank you.
Our light. That must shine upon Hyrule once again.
I want to skip this stuff to Nintendo, but
Now go.
almost finishes the entire first race on the PS1 version before the first race loads in for... Oh, on PS4? Not just Switch? You're fucking kidding, dude. On the app, good content while I wait. And learn. Oh, okay. Oh, straw man is, it was when you're making up a guy for an argument. So if I wanted to make myself look really good about something, I'm just gonna build up something to tear down, essentially. Dude. Oh, and also, it just, like, I can't really fully appreciate it because I'm on an older, just plain LCD monitor from, like, 2015, 2016. But even, like, just right now, it looks so much more vivid. Low battery, no! I do have, a new 8-bit, 8BitDo Pro 2 controller that I got for my birthday. I could try this out. I did update the firmware earlier to make it work with Switch 2. Oh, man. Oh man, dude, man. I want this game with proper dungeons. Give me a kind of smaller scale open world. I don't need it as big as this. A little bit smaller scale open world. No fucking weapon durability, Eiji Aonuma, and actual Zelda dungeons, classic dungeons. Game of the century, 100 out of 10. That's all I want, man. I really did not like I mean, it's cool. Maybe I'll appreciate it better if it's running better. I don't know, but like... Tears of the Kingdom just had too much. Just too much going on. And a lot of it was just like not engaging, like good content. It was just filler. It was stuff bloatware. Not bloatware, but it's too repetitive. Trying to think of some other games that would really benefit from just running on this. Oh, Legends Arceus. I never got too far into that. I want to play some more of that. Golly, this is like just crazy, man. Imagine if they had released something akin to the Switch 2 when the Switch first came out, and then the Switch 2 now was like double that. I don't know what that would mean necessarily, but... Oh, we want to get the mid-air apple grab? Oh yeah, dude. Refuse to imagine such lunacy. It's okay. Thanks to the torch, idiot. Face your opponents with purpose. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, I feel kind of bad now. Thanks for the treat, nerd. All right. It doesn't feel right how good this runs, man. It's really weird. I played this on the Wii U when I dumped in like 120 hours. If the game's good enough, I'll put in the time.
Link. Head for the point marked on the map in your Sheikah slate.
Why'd I do that? Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Does this guy have other things to say? Oh. Relaxing about the fireside. Does roasting an apple make it more nutritious? Is that how that works? Guess, oh, we can't make markers yet. I guess we unlock that, probably. Here you go, buddy. I made you another one, just for you. Oh, we can't hold it. You can't hold cooked items? Really? Well, anyway. Definitely gotta get our first Korok seed. Ah, you can't run them while holding shit. I forgot about that. Gotta throw that shit, man. We throw it a little farther back. Hold on. I gotta say, I always love the idea of replaying these games, but actually buckling down, sitting down and doing it, it's just there's so much to go through. Like it's a whole thing. I don't think I could ever stream a full playthrough of any of these. It's just too much. But it always sounds like fun. It sounds like a good idea. Is that really not good enough? Let's try dropping it then, I guess. I don't think that would be close enough. Actually, it makes me kind of glad that I didn't pay for this. I just, oh, well, let's throw it from farther back. We just got it as part of the expansion pass. There we go. Oh no, we have to dive in that. I forgot. You're not has to. You can see me. I didn't know your kind could see. Blah blah blah. You guys have probably played this shit. Let's see what else we got that I can boot up. Is there anything I have installed that would benefit from being on here? I guess maybe Animal Crossing. Please read this to your parents. Maybe do I get my save? Oh god, does my save not transfer over from the Switch? That would be kind of unfortunate. I don't plan on playing. It's not linked to any user account. Existing data? Oh yeah, that's me. Okay. I'm going to assume that this doesn't have a frame rate boost, performance boost. If the loading time is faster, that'd be nice. Oh, I never changed the game. Fuck, I forgot about that. This is definitely not Mario Kart World. I think people forget about that all the time, though, to be fair. New games and demos. Who cares? Does not look like there's a boost. It's also way louder than the other games. Nope, no boost. My phone is ringing. We're gonna get a bunch of phone calls. Nope. Oh, this could easily just get a frame rate boost, man. Why not? That's a lot of mail. Oh, you can't be sending me shit like this, Animal Crossing. Of course your pockets are too full to hold. What do I have in my pockets? A lot of bullshit. Yeah, I have zero interest in playing that for any length of time right now. I was just curious. What else? What else? What else is trying to download? No. Not a whole lot else I can think of that was running like complete dog shit before. Cruise and Blast could maybe use a little bit of a boost. It was sort of inconsistent. This was not great. It was definitely playable, but could have been smoother. I'm gonna assume that Blizzard did not take the time to implement any benefits for this one. Is there a taking 2 minutes to connect? What? Dang, why do the textures look? Is it just loading in? I don't know why I got this on Switch. I mean, the idea of having a portable version was fun, but I really don't need a portable version. Yeah, no frame rate boost. Not a huge deal, it's fine. Link's Awakening, probably. Yeah, nothing else I can think of that I want to try for that right now. But I haven't really messed with this too much. What was on the mature one? I forget. Not much. Is GoldenEye not M rated? I guess it's T rated. No Conquer? Not yet. I don't know if there are any rare games on... Well, I think it has Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie. Yeah, there's Banjo-Tooie. And there's Banjo-Kazooie. No, Conquer was not T. That was the whole deal with that. It was why they made a big deal. Because of how raunchy it was. I didn't realize that we had multiple versions, too. Want to hear something wild? Something crazy? I never played this back in the day. Not once. Oh, that was the wrong... like the European version or something? Oh, there's only one version. Why do they have that other screen up that had like the Peggy shit on there? This mom's overreacting or not? No, it was pretty bad. which one's, I'm assuming 00 is hardest. Skip that. Oh, that feels not all good. Fuck. Get me out of here. Oh, hell yeah, dude. F-Zero X? Fuck yeah, bud. Some of the best music on the N64. Always go max acceleration, don't worry about it. I need to just get an actual cart for this at some point. The rumble's pretty good, having the HD rumble instead of pack. Oh yeah, you got boost power.
You got boost power.
Have you kind of like clip ahead of him there? That was kind of weird. Were we dropping frames there for a second? Not dropping frames, but the game was, rather.
Watch your back. Watch your back.
I gotta watch my back, they need to watch their front. This guy's cheating. This is what cyberspeed was trying to be. The fuck is cyberspeed? Should I know what that is? I've never heard of that. Like a PC racing game? $1995 Future Racer. I don't think I've ever heard of it. I forget how you do the spin. Super weird game. Yeah, it sounds like cyberspeed. That's like what something a 12-year-old would come up with, dude. Hyper cyberspeed. This is another one of those games that I really wanted to own, but only rented a few times and never got. But if I had to pick between Diddy Kong Racing and this, it's kind of a hard choice to make. Actually, both are really good in their own ways, but I'm glad I got DKR. I'm in 13th place. What the fuck am I doing wrong? I got my settings all fucked up, man. Just gotta boost more aggressively, I suppose. There's no way we're gonna win this one. Yep. Can't be bad-mouthing cyberspeed. Did you like cyberspeed? They actually didn't steer at all. The ship flew itself. weird that they have these random third-party games that I would not have thought twice about back in the day. Some of the options on here. Year 5, if you like the... I mean, I'm not trying to shit on it. I just don't know anything about it. They got fucking Iggy's Wrecking Balls? Like, I mean, I actually had a lot of fun playing this back then. Read through that a few times. You gotta boot up 1080 snowboarding, bro. There are about 6 soundtracks.
Left, right, center.
Sure. Let's watch some cyberspeed footage. No, it looks awful.
Match race.
About to get copyright stricken for this segment of the stream, probably. I don't care. Look at that pre-rendered N64 background. Who did I play as?
What's up? Fine then. Yeah? Too bad.
Might have been... Maybe Kensuke? Maybe Kensuke or Rob Haywood.
What's up? Let's go.
Of course you picked the American. Yeah. And you also picked the board that looks cool. It doesn't matter what the stats are.
Rob Haywood versus Akari Hayame. Ready? Go!
I remember the controls being pretty brutal to try and get used to. Can I restart?
Rob Haywood versus Ricky Winterbourne. Ready? Go!
Why is he so far ahead, man? I guess you don't really want to jump, maybe? Oh, it's been so long since I played this. We did play a lot of this back then. Unlocked all the characters, got the shiny metal dudes. Alright, this is a little awkward to control. Played the shit out of Jet Force Gemini. That was like the first T-rated game I was allowed to buy. But I was actually 12. Just blazingly breaking the law back then. Been blowing through your coat. Wow. Yeah, 1080 snowboarding is legit. It's a little clunky. It's hard to play, but it's... You put in the time, it'll treat you right. Wonder what's different about the... Oh, it's probably just for... You know, if you speak that language and you want to play the game. That would be fair. Some of them have multiple languages and others don't. Gotta boot up SM64, right?
It's me, Mario.
Gonna crush clears 16-star BRB. Oh, I think this one has the second revision. It gets rid of the BLJ.
Yours truly.
Which is fucking lame.
Peach.
Wonder if you can still do Like It To skip. Look at that, we can rewind, dude. I'm gonna see if I can get this. I don't know if this version also gets rid of the Lakitu skip, though. It might. Man, it really does not feel great trying to play this on the Switch 2 controller. It's a little awkward. For all I know, they might have gotten rid of this. Am I drifting? Hold on. No, I'm not. Bro, why is it? It kind of feels like I'm drifting. I'm trying to control this guy. It's been a while since I've done this skip anyways, so it might just be rusty. Something about the acceleration for Mario just doesn't feel right on this controller. There we go. I knew I could do it. Now can we get a bomb skip up here? Maybe not. It just doesn't feel good to play on the Joy-Con, man.
Let's go.
I don't want to die doing that, thank you. Yeah, the acceleration on his controls just feels all fucky. This ain't it, Chief. Oh man, we almost got it. Listen, I know I can do it. I almost had it. Get bent.
Here we go.
How do people find this stuff? Way too much free time. Other comments I could make that I won't say because it would be considered rude, but it's probably true. Oh, the camera's not happy. Do we need another? Can we go into Womps now? I forget. I think you just get 1 star on the route that I was using. It's been a while. Oh yeah, you just need 1. I don't think I can do candleless on this controller, but we'll give it a shot.
Let's go.
Not what I wanted. It's fine. I'm not actually doing a run. Nope. Just scrub that whole attempt. It really just does not come as naturally if you're not using an N64 controller, man. Although I think for most of my runs I was using we need to go further up. A GameCube controller for most of my early PBs. This is so bad, man. We need to be over a little bit more. Brother. Wait, Canonless might not even be in this version. I think I'm missing a step. Oh no, oh. Well. Maybe I could sync up my 8-bit do. Oh, it automatically appeared, okay. Sick. How much better does this work? Canonless might not be in here. Let's just do a total reset. How about that?
Hegel.
It's fine. We don't need to do that. Just get up there. Bro, I'm just all over the fucking place, man. I want to do Canonless. I just let me do this one thing, Mario. Operate, damn it. This plumber is a fickle bitch. Definitely not me putting the inputs in wrong. I'm just doing something horrendously wrong. I don't know what it is. There we go. That's too close. Or like a little bit. That's too far. That's too close. That should be good. It's gotta be in here, man. I'm pretty sure it is. I think we need to be over just slightly. Okay, let's try it like this. No way, it's still in this, right? I'm pretty sure it just would have been BLJ that they patched. I refuse to believe that's not in here. I'm not gonna look it up. That's not as fun. Let me be stubborn, damn it. Alright, I'm gonna look it up. Can you do canvas SM64 on Switch? Okay, it is possible. Yeah, I get to butt my head against a wall for another 20 minutes. Yeah, I can stop at any time, I guess. Where's the fun in that? Yes! Still got it. Still got it, dude. Obviously, that's not anywhere near as fast as you'd want it to be, but it's still fun to mess around with sometimes. It's kind of late, man. I should probably get going, but I want to keep going playing. But what other stuff that we have on here? Why not? Make a suspend point. Dude, Hot Shots Golf coming out in a couple months. I'm gonna be all over that, man. I really hope it has crossplay so I can just get it on Steam. On the 3DS, I played the Game Boy Color version of this a good bit. I didn't do everything, but I did most everything, and I had a really good time. But I never played this one. I don't know how this will hold up. How does a baby have a better drive than a grown-ass man? Get it together, Charlie. Just get character.
Here we go.
Gee, who could that be? It's bad. No, that's okay. But for where it landed, may not be okay. Can I not, like, just skip this? How do I skip this? Why does it keep replaying? There we go. Oh, you got a perfect shot. Good for you, Luigi. Why is it replaying? Oh, you gotta hold the A button. Okay, alright. Do not know the controls for this. What does pressing L do? Oh, you're... Give that bitch some air, dude. Not even on the green. Motherfucker. Watch him, he's gonna get it. Granted, he doesn't have to go through a tree. And he's a computer, so he'll mess up his shot. Oh, look at me. I'm a Luigi. I'm on the green.
Nice on.
33. Fucking send it, bro. Hey, that was not terrible. You better not sink it, Luigi. Oh, thank God. Oh. Ooh. That means I have to sink it to win. I don't feel very confident in my ability to do that. Motherfucker. Oh, motherfucker. Oh.
Bogey.
I don't know, Luigi. Can you get this? Oh.
Nice par.
Fuck you, green bitch. I did play a good bit of Mario Tennis. Yeah, I could keep trying to draw this stream out. It's tempting to just keep messing around with shit, but I'm gonna go. It's late. I've been live for 6 hours. I don't think I really realize that I can't do that long of a stream consistently anymore, especially on not much sleep. Maybe if I had more sleep. Anyway, thank you guys very much for hanging out today. Been a lot of fun checking out the Switch 2. Enjoying it immensely. I look forward to doing more with that tomorrow. I don't know when we're gonna stream tomorrow. Probably not super late, but not like super duper early. It's gonna be earlier than today. I do want to do a daytime stream, I think. But yeah, thank you again for hanging out, and until next time, I'll see you guys later. Peace.